was the welter. It went to Potrero. Just a couple of moments worry in the straight when he was running around a little bit. Once he straightened out, he was too good for them. The Queenslander Prince Regent, second at this stage in the red cap, disappointing in the straight. He's to come home and spell.
Prince Regent, and he's into the open almost now on Potrero as they straighten up. The leader, Barkham, he's a length and a half. Potrero now getting a beautiful run. Prince Regent not doing enough at the moment. Oh, Potrero's starting to hang out, but he's going after Barkham at the 200 metres. Now he straightens him up, and the favourite Potrero pegs back Barkham to take over. A long margin then to Rhode Island and Rathflower, but Potrero, he's a handful for Cavallo, but he's coming away, and Potrero wins at 2.5 lengths, Barkham.
Second leg of the Rosehill Treble was the Parramatta Park Royal Handicap over 2,000 metres, and Mick Dittman successful here on Brentano. Really powerhouse tactics with the whip from Dittman in the straight, and Brentano goes on to score very easily from Lord Foxing, who battles on strongly.
Then Lord Foxing, around the bend they come, and Physique about to be tackled by Brentano. Then Mally Boy and Princess Army on the outer from Transcriber, and Lord Foxing picking up the bit. It's Brentano, 200 to go. He's a length and a half. Princess Army, Mally Boy, Lord Foxing. They're not getting to Brentano. Dittman, I think he might have the key to Brentano. Mickey has. He's coming away now from Princess Army, Mally Boy, and on the outside Lord Foxing, but Brentano's one of these.
Not much doubt what the key to Brentano is, a bit of Dittman vigour. Final leg of the Rosehill Treble, race 8. It went to Balnarring Beach, who had to withstand a protest, but the grey Balnarring Beach just a little too strong in the final 200 metres, scoring from Diocese. And Dittman's mount, he's a smoothie who ran his race in patches.
Sun Balloon, Bilger Prince, our conqueror, Nuneaton, and maybe Michelle drops out last. They're on the corner. Dittman looking for the run on He's a Smoothie, and gets it between Dance Band and Vorcrescent. Although he's a little reluctant to take the gap, He's a Smoothie, and now Balnarring Beach and Diocese loom up at the 200 metres. Balnarring Beach in front from Dance Band. Diocese wanting to shift off the track a little, but Balnarring Beach is in front. It's Tiley riding hard, and Balnarring Beach comes away from Diocese. He's a Smoothie, got warmed up when it was all over, but Balnarring Beach.
Well, the Melbourne Spring Carnival winding down, and Sandown Cup Day yesterday, and also Sandown Guineas. It's always a great race, the 1,600 metre event for the 3-year-olds. And what a tremendous finish we had here. And it was Blixen, just the last 100 metres or so, too strong for Wonder Dancer, who got a great run along the inside and looked certain to score.
Joining in on the outside, Painted Asian, Vitalik go to Glacier Peak. Angel on High is gone. Wonder Dancer trying to get a run. Down the outside, Nanyatara. Here's a great go now. Vitalik, Painted Asian, Fire Wonder joining in. Glacier Peak on the fence and getting through Wonder Dancer. It's Fire Wonder getting its head in front. Here's Blixen starting to pick it back, and Wonder Dancer the rail. Blixen, Nanyatara getting to Wonder Dancer. Blixen going home, but into the post. Blixen gets up to win the Guineas from Wonder Dancer. Third may go.
Wonder Dancer given every chance there, the favourite, but I think the punters almost had the money spent when he dashed through on the inside. Blixen just a shade too good. Race 5 was the Cup, and another very good finish here. But Combituate Lady led clearly when they turned for home. In fact, she'd been in front all the way. And just when everyone thought she'd be stopping, the 40 to 1 chance, she was able to hold on from Concordance and Terrific.
Coppertonic down the outside, running home well with Ideal Cinnamon starting to come home well, and Concordance is starting to sweep down the outside. Convictuate Lady at the 200, 3 in front. Concordance, Ideal Cinnamon, Terrific trying hard with Be Reasonable. Convictuate Lady in front with 100 to go. Stride by stride, Concordance, and on the outside now, Terrific flying. Convictuate Lady in front. Is he going to hang on? Yes, she has. Convictuate Lady and nose Concordance.
What a difference, a couple of strides there. The punters wanted Concordance, and the bookies reeling, cheering for Combituate Lady. Race 7, and the Queenslanders were cheering here with Rendu. A tremendous ride from Stephen Schofield. He gets a run right along the inside. Rendu was worse than midfield as they come towards the home turn, and he rockets home to defeat the gallant Jetfighter.
Prismatic Star, 3/4 in front on the outside. Jetfighter ranged up to tackle him. They're 2 lengths, Potter McQueen, Grandiose, Chirello, and then further back Isamur and Mawong the top weight. Jetfighter got to the front, 200 to go. Here are the challenges though. Rendu getting up on the rail, Chirello further out. Jetfighter, the leader, Rendu getting right up on the inside from Chirello and Mawong, but Rendu has dashed through on the inside, and Rendu's coming away. Rendu first, 2 lengths to Jetfighter, third wide out.
Well, we'll have to savour that victory. Queenslander Rendu successful, and we'll show you a slow-mo now of the final stage. And you can see a dashing ride from Schofield. He was angling for a run just after they straightened. He switches back to the inside. Now Jetfighter Gallant under the 58 kilos, and edge to the lead, but here's Rendu sizzling up on the inside and going to the post too strongly with a handy weight pull there. He's getting 1.5 kilos from Jet Fighter, and Crush runs on very strongly out deep to get third. In fact, would have beaten Jet Fighter comfortably in another couple of strides for the runners-up prize. But Rendu getting clear, and a decisive victory there to the Queenslander. And great to see in this militant road. You'll notice the Military Road, you'll notice just after the start, Military Road starts to shear off the track and gives rider Tony Earhart all sorts of problems. You can see Earhart going for another grip on the offside rein. But despite that, the youngster's still trying to race to the outside fence. Now, he's losing valuable ground here fighting Earhart. And as they straighten up, you'll see he's 4 or 5 horses away from the fence. And he does a great job to hold down third berth. The winner, Star of Pegasus, is just behind the leaders and runs on nicely to defeat Celestial Bay. But you can see in those blue colours out, about 5 wide now, Military Road. And certainly on this performance, if he can learn to go straight, he's going to win his share of races. That is just taken as they straighten up, and it looked at that stage as though he would drop right out of the race, but he did battle on very strongly in the straight to finish third. Now the second event, and we'll show you another slow-mo here, and just inside the 200 metres mark, Swift Sin, the odds-on pop, moves up on the outside of Song of Melody. Now they touch here, and Neil Williams, the rider of Swift Sin, said later if he hadn't won the photo, he would have protested and would have expected to have had the protest upheld. Song of Melody battling on very strongly when most people thought she'd be weakening at the finish. She was battling on well under her lightweight, but Swift Sin, she's a very classy mare at 6 wins from 7 starts now, and certainly there's more to come. Neil Williams, incidentally, was fined $500 by stewards just before that event for failing to ride a mount out at Doomben at the midweek fixture, and perhaps with that in the back of his mind, he certainly was very strong with the whip on Swift Sin, and much to the delight of the favourite backers, was able to lift the mare home. First leg of the treble at Eagle Farm yesterday was the Fanta Graduation. It went to Big Top, and this is a smart win because he came from an awkward barrier, did all the hard work out in front, and had cartoonist Larry Pickering laughing as he held off Right Missile.
Stack booted on the fence, followed by Pleasant Lad, Royal Marine, Rassman and Stellite to the outside when they turn the bend. Big Top straightened for home, and at the 300 metres mark leads by a length. Right Missile second, Muntz calling on him. Gusty third, Regal Plot under pressure. Pleasant Lad running on, and then Smokestack. They've still got to get Big Top. Big Top in front, 100 out. Right Missile trying to grab him. Pleasant Lad running on, but Big Top's in front. Payne rides hard, and Big Top has beaten Right Missile. Pleasant Lad.
Well, Larry Pickering, the cartoonist, tomato farmer of old, and now a successful racehorse trainer, prepared Big Top, and he was looking at a double in the Queensland Cup. He produced the co-favourite here, Rising Fear. He wasn't good enough on the day. Victory, and a clear victory, to Evasion. A 4-year-old mare who was having her first test at 3,200 metres. She ran out the race very strongly. Lovely ride by Brian York. Now he's poised just behind Rising Fear as they straighten off the fence and tackles the leader.
Wait when they turn. Rising Fear leads into the straight, tackled by Evasion. Table and Chairs on the outside, then Rundle Vale. Palmyra Bay, Wilhelm and Procura Boy to the outside. Evasion hit the lead in the Cup, 200 out. Evasion went to the front from Rising Fear, Table and Chairs. Wilhelm on the outside, but it's Evasion clear, 100 metres to go. Wilhelm runs into second spot, but Evasion wins the Queensland Cup. Wilhelm runs second. Rising Fear battled on.
Well, it's pretty easy to wrap winning jockeys, and it was a very skillful ride by Brian York on Evasion, but I think Shane Scriven deserves plenty of points for his performance on Procura Boy. He was one of the widest runners at the start, angled onto the fence, and was there at the right time in the straight to win. Procura Boy just wasn't good enough. Now race 7, and this is Shane Scriven scoring on Mighty Grey, who comes with a storming finish to knock out Gold Jade and Burglar of Banff.
Coin is the last to swing. Roman General ran wide on the corner. Burglar of Banff and Gold Jade joined him again. 2 lengths to Dancing Poet, then Rock All and Mr. York. Burglar of Banff went to the front, 250 metres out. Gold Jade kicking back on the rail, then Roman General, and here's Mighty Grey coming right down the outside. Gold Jade hit the lead again. Mighty Grey's gathering him in with every stride. Will he be in time? He was. Mighty Grey. Mighty Grey is...
A great first up performance there from Mighty Grey. Looks set for a successful campaign. Perhaps even the Villiers Stakes at Randwick around Boxing Day. Show you a slow-mo of the final stages here, and Gold Jade looks certain to score when he kicked back on the inside of Burglar of Banff. Now, Burglar of Banff won off the fence in the blinkers. Gold Jade, the horse on the fence with the blinkers, and here comes the grey, Mighty Grey, down the outside. Game effort by Burglar of Banff under 59 kilos. Gold Jade was well handled by Gary Smith, kicking back and looked certain to score, but in the last 50 metres he was swamped by Mighty Grey. And this 4-year-old has developed nicely during a spell, and I think we're going to hear a lot more of him. But don't discard Burglar of Bamford all on that performance, because he did have a big weight second start after a break, and I think there's a little bit of improvement there. Let's switch now to Rose Hill, the Sydney fixture yesterday, and we're going to pick up the action at the first leg of the Queensland TAB treble down there, race 4, and it went to Star Maverick, who scores well from half. Star Maverick in third place as they swing.
And a neck back on the inside is Mighty Sweet. Again, Little Robinson putting the pressure to Harve to go out after British Raj. And as they straighten up, Harve takes over from British Raj. Star Maverick coming around the pair of them. And then Peace Spin around Astrologist at the 300. And he's about to pull the whip on Harve. It leads about a length on Star Maverick. In third place, Astrologist, and then British Raj. At the 120, Harve tackled in earnest by Star Maverick on the outside, who might be going a shade the better. Harve and Star Maverick, but Star Maverick's got Harve's measure, and he comes away, Star Maverick. He wins by 3/4. Star Maverick has beaten...
Race 5, the middle pin of the treble, and some key judges been going to the provincials have had big raps on a horse called Prince Trialia. He came to town yesterday, and he certainly lived right up to the raps. He came from near last at the home turn with a storming finish down the centre of the track, and in a performance which suggests that he's destined for better things. The original battled on well for second, Great Venture third. Now you'll pick up Prince Trialia in yellow and black colours coming to the outside. He's the widest runner right now.
Moral Victory on the inside, the original the outside, and then the Great Dreams are free, and Prince Trialia taken to the extreme outside from Gem's Toy. The original goes to the front of the 200 metres from Great Venture. Prince Trialia on the outside, and then Gem's Toy. The original just in front. Great Venture comes again, and Prince Trialia overhauling the pair of them. It's going home by far the better the favourite, and Prince Trialia puts up a good effort to win. Prince Trialia beat the original.
Former Queenslander Mel Barnes has had a nice run of success recently in Sydney. Continued that yesterday with Lady Antonia taking out race 7, leading throughout, and landing some nice bets too, back from 5s into 7 to 2. She was inclined to just shift ground in the last couple of 100 metres, but she was still too solid for Sister Cola and Native Paradise.
Sister Cola, and then a break in proceedings. Cougal Queen, Sober Dancer hopelessly locked away, and Marmy's Girl is the widest. They straighten, and Lady Antonio a bit over a length. Second placing is taken by Native Paradise, then Mithra, Pearl Dragon. Audley Street at the head of the others from Sober Dancer, but Lady Antonio. Connell pulls the whip. Lady Antonio length and a half. Native Paradise. Sober Dancer seeing daylight for the first time, and then Sister Cola, but Lady Antonio, although shifting her ground, is much too good. She holds Sister Cola, and Lady Antonio has beaten Sister Cola third on the inside.
Let's switch now to Moonee Valley in Melbourne, and race 4 down there went to Diemus, who was ridden by Robert Heffernan. Nicely placed, just 3 out from the fence at the home turn, went up to challenge, went on with the job well, scoring from Indeed I Do and Hello Melbourne.
Melbourne got Pratt out to the back of the field with Thornbrook. On the turn, Diemus went up on the outside and took the lead. From on the inside, Strawberry Ranch. Indeed I Do gets out from Classman. Diemus took the lead with about 150 to go, a length in front of Indeed I Do. Diemus a half in front. Indeed I Do starting to wear it down. Diemus just in front of Indeed I Do. Diemus has hung on to win. Diemus ahead on the post. Indeed I Do. 3 away.
Race 5, the Foster's Light Handicap, and it went to Beau Valiant, who was clear before the home turn, was ridden out strongly with the whip, but was a decisive winner in the end, scoring from Above Deck and Minotaur.
Beau Valiant shot to the front, 2 lengths in front of Service Star. Above Deck on the outside of it, but under pressure, a gap to Minotaur. The others aren't going real well, and the leader is Beau Valiant, 2 in front around the turn now. Above Deck got the second out after him quickly. They're clear of Minotaur, Service Star. Beau Valiant in front, 150 to go. He's 2 in front. He's holding Above Deck and Minotaur, and Beau Valiant will get the money. Beau Valiant coming away. Beau Valiant a length and 3/4 Above Deck, a length and a half Minotaur third.
Well, top trainer Jeff Murphy and apprentice David Chipman took out the opening event at Moonee Valley with Spanglet, and they took out the 7th to complete a double with Glacier Peak, who was well clear just after they straightened. You can see in the Murphy colours striding away now. Scarvilla put some excitement in the finish, but Glacier Peak hung on to score by a bit over a length.
Straightening up Glacier Peak, booted away 2 or 3 in front of Zephyr Khan. Scarvilla down the outside, coming home well. Glacier Peak 2 in front. Scarvilla out after him. Glacier Peak a length in front of Scarvilla, and Glacier Peak will get to the line and get the prize. Glacier Peak a length on the line. Scarvilla third home Zephyr Khan.
Well, that's our racing wrap this morning, and Peter, I think you'd agree the Queensland Cup was a success. It's had its detractors. A lot of people said we should scrap 2-mile races, but
mate, I reckon they're the classic events. I love the Melbourne Cup, and not being a racing man myself, I always take an interest in the cups because they seem to me like a marathon, a real test of a
Yeah,
horse's
well,
courage and stamina.
Yeah, it's a test of the breeder to produce one to run the distance. The trainer on the fence, he'd given Bentley Park every chance. Now he swings around the tiring leader, Shining Wind. It's Skycliffe in front, Bentley Park slicing through, and the outside is Applethorpe Lad, and the extreme outside, the horse with the red blinkers, is Mistroni. But you can see the ground that Hill saved at the home turn is just going to carry the day. Mistroni on the outside, failing by about a half head, but a lovely ride there from Len Hill. And we're going to switch now to his effort in the final event. He was beaten on National Profit, but boy, he gave this horse every possible chance. And I think just inside the 200 metres, when he did slice through near the inside, he looked certain to score. We'll pick them up just as they get to the home turn in race 8. Now, National Profit is the horse in whitish colours, running 5th on the inside. The winner is Game Zephyr, scooting around them in yellow colours, moving up 4 and 5 wide to challenge the leaders. National Profit, look at the white colours, Hill angling for a run outside the tiring leader, Mooncutter. It's the favourite Marlotta Clear. National Profit, look at this lovely run Hill's getting through on the inside, but it was the lightly weighted Game Zephyr and Mike Pilling in the gold colours down the outside, just a shade too strong. I think the step up from 1200 to 1615 metres just told against National Profit at the finish, but a lovely ride there from Len Hill, and certainly he's one of the form jockeys of Brisbane racing at the moment. First leg of the treble from Doomben yesterday was race 3, and this really had the bookies cheering. In the Limelight Successful, ridden by Chris Muntz. First run since late July, good training performance by Eric Kerwin. The favourite here, Tatwood, disappointing.
No ambition. Short Air Gold on the outside, Grassendale hunt for gold. Now Tatwood, he's running about 8th over on the inside. He's 5 lengths from the leader. He's going to need a heap of luck from there. In the Limelight just in front. They flatten for the run in. In the Limelight takes the lead from Hot Lunch. No Ambition joining in on the outside. Tatwood moving up to be about 5th, but still 3 or 4 lengths from the leader. No Ambition coming it in the Limelight. In the Limelight and No Ambition, they're fighting it out. Tatwood into 3rd place now. In the Limelight's just in front of No Ambition. No Ambition lunges the last little bit. They're wide apart and it's hard to pick.
Race 4 went to Sir Titan, who was ridden by Jason Babarovich, his first winner since resuming a couple of weeks ago after another layoff with a leg injury. And Babarovich has a great record on this horse, 5 rides for 3 wins and a third, and they're going to combine again next week in the Recognition handicap at Eagle Farm. But the unlucky runner, I think, undoubtedly was the second horse, Miss Fleet. Now, she was trapped wide throughout, and Sir Titan raced well past her just after they straightened, but we'll show you the slow-mo now of the final stages, and watch how she fights back strongly. It's Sir Titan in those reddish colours on the outside, Babarovich going for the whip. On his inside is Miss Fleet with the blinkers, and Dale Spriggs going for the whip on that mare, and she really fights on very strongly. In the end, she kicks back to go down by only a half head. Gallery Man's the horse in blue and gold, battling on strongly for 3rd. Over on the inside is Persian World, and right down the outside is Flash Jewel, and the grey is Right Missile. But it's Sir Titan on the outside, just edging out Miss Fleet, who was very, very game in defeat. And if her owner, trainer Greg Mance, decides to continue her preparation, I think she's going to pick up a race in the next couple of starts. Race 5 yesterday was the main event. It was for the 2-year-olds, a $20,000 race, the Robin Kitchens Stakes, and it went to Neil Williams on the long odds on Pop Pacific Union.
Magic, then Celestial Wonder and Cool Credit still last. Magic is the leader as they straighten up 350 metres out. Pacific Union going up to join her again on the outside. Then Sahara Farms, followed by Olympic Lady under pressure. Koei Dapper pulled to the outside. Pacific Union just in front of Magic. Williams getting anxious on the favourite. He's pulled a whip. He's about a neck in front, Pacific Union. Magic's hanging on, then Sahara Farms. He really drives him hard with the whip the last little bit, and he kicks away to win. Boy, there's a run in the race. Did you see that? Cool Credit on the outside. He flashed home.
As Wayne Wilson, the caller, said, there was a run in the race, Cool Credit. We'll show you the slow-mo now of the final stages. And look at the ground. Cool Credit takes off the first couple in the last 100. He was a clear last at the 200 metres. Here he comes in the gold colours, storming down the outside. And I would estimate he's picked up probably 4 or 5 lengths on the winner, Pacific Union, in the final 200. And certainly when these 2-year-old races stretch to 1,200 metres, Cool Credit's one to keep in mind. An eye-catching performance. Unfortunately, he's got no early dash, but he's got plenty at the finish. Race 7, the final leg of the treble from Doomben yesterday, and Cheers for Us again had the bookies cheering. Some money for him to start at 7 to 1, but generally a good result for the fielders. He runs on strongly to defeat the consistent Fun Gold. Always grand led for home, but disappointed in the straight.
Moon and Swift Port, one in the straight, 300 metres to go, and he's gone for home on Always Grand, and he booted away. He's a length and a half in front. Greek Prince could be the danger on the outside, and Cheers for Us is starting to hit top gear, and Fun Gold is going for a run in the middle. Cheers for Us is going to them on the outside. He grabbed them. Fun Gold trying to go with Cheers for Us, but Cheers for Us a little too strong for Fun Gold. Greek Prince got 3rd, Great Tax 4th.
couple of solid performances from that event. We'll show the slow-mo of the final stages. Cheers for Us has been out of luck at his last couple, so he deserved this victory. And Fun Gold is nearing a win. Now, he's slicing through in the centre. The horse in black and white is a good run from Greek Prince, who has had to work hard out wide throughout. And Grey Tax is the one over on the inside. I thought the efforts of the second and third horses, Fun Gold and Greek Prince, were both solid. And I think they can be followed in this class, particularly Fun Gold if he can strike a track with a little bit of dampness. We'll switch now to Randwick, and Mick Dittman was in glittering form in the opening events. In fact, he took out the first three. But we're going to pick up the action. The first leg of the treble down there went to Big Raps, a horse who wintered here in Brisbane. Now he's out deep on the track, and the horse in grey and red colours with the white cap, the widest runner as they swing for home, and he sustains his run very well to defeat Better Loosen Up.
Big Raps is third, and then comes Fiery Reason, and Harb taken about 5 and 6 deep and making its run in company with Online, but Harb would need to get a spurt on. Big Raps and Diamond Dapper claim Daceyville, 2 lengths Online, forget about Harb, but Big Raps on the outside gains the upper hand from Diamond Dapper. Better Loosen Up and Online struggle on, but Big Raps a mile too good, and as they reach the line, Big Raps wins at 3/4. Better Loosen Up.
Success there for Shane Doan. He backed up in the following event to score on the well-tried Great Vein. Patient ride, he slices through over on the inside, hits the lead about 100 metres out, and in the end it was a pretty impressive victory by Great Vein.
Main danger, Beatman going to the extreme outer on Batinsky, and then comes Rhode Island, Great Vein second last, and 3 lengths on Water, straightening Rocket Lad, a length and 3/4 the Crillionaire, 2 then to Tri-Step and Killarney Hill. I Wish getting up on the inside from Batinsky and Kingston Fantasy. Rocket Lad ridden for dear life by the Duff, a length clear on I Wish. Great Vein is scorching up on the inside, and then Kingston Fantasy, but Great Vein, he goes up on the inside, he takes the lead, and Great Vein from a tight finish between I Wish.
Race 7 and the 4th victory for Mighty Mick. Mick Dittman successful on the front-running Lady Antonia, who landed some good bets, as much as 5-1 bet about her. She had to be desperately ridden, but was safely holding Sister Cola. In fact, getting away again in the last 100.
Paradise wider out, battling on well, and then Princess Army and Benzine. At the 300, Dittman's gone for Lady Antonio. Sister Cola threatens big danger. Native Paradise a length away, third, and then Benzine and Princess Army. Lady Antonio and Sister Cola. Lady Antonio refusing to give in. Dittman pulling everything out on the mare. She's holding Sister Cola, and then Native Paradise, and Lady Antonio has beaten.
Sandown was the venue for Melbourne racing yesterday, the 4th event, first leg of the treble. Impressive performance by Sister Shirley. She carried 57.5 kilos, but won in a canter, just hands and heels. She zooms away to score by 5 lengths.
Shoulder now, Classy and Smart back inside him. Then Isaprel, and further back Lucky Lotto. Then Justino, and further back then came Social Comfort. And Lady Shibboleth, Sister Shirley in front, 200 to go. 2 lengths to Classy and Smart. Then on the outside, Lady Shibboleth from Kameda Girl, but Sister Shirley's going to canter home. She's raced away, 5 in front now. Lady Shibboleth running on with Social Comfort, but Sister Shirley a mile too good by 4 lengths. Second home, Lady Shibboleth. Third is Social Comfort.
Race 5 was the Eclipse Stakes, and successful here was Super Impose, who's been racing most consistently, ridden by former Brisbane apprentice Michael Heaney. He scores easily too, just hands and heels to defeat Crown Ridge. Be Reasonable battled on fairly for third.
The inside, 300 to go. 2 lengths to Superimpose, grabbing them quickly, 2 or 3 to Crown Ridge. Superimpose has taken the lead with 200 to go from Our Watchman. Then on the outside, Crown Ridge from Be Reasonable. At the 150 days, Superimpose a length and a half in front. Oh, he's going to break through today, Superimpose. He sprints away. He's holding Crown Ridge and Be Reasonable at bay. And it's Superimposed today by 2 lengths. Second, Crown Ridge. Third, Be Reasonable.
Race 7 was the Swell Time Handicap, and the well-tried Wolverton Diamond. 2's in to start the favourite at 6-4. Did not have anything in reserve to scramble home by a short half head from Splendid Feeling, who really sustained a strong run in the last 200.
And Ace Trim in the straight, 400 to go. Wolverton Diamond raced to the front. Shot 2 lengths in front of Cara's Magic, and then further back Laura Dare. Alani Bay getting up on the fence, and then Prima Passer and Splendid Feeling. Wolverton Diamond in front down to the 200-metre mark. 2 lengths in front of Cara's Magic. Splendid Feeling on the outside from Alani Bay. She's got a good break though. Wolverton Diamond a length in front. Splendid Feeling starting to peg her back. Wolverton Diamond in front. Splendid Feeling stride by stride getting to a Wolverton Diamond. Or I think she might have wanted a nose Wolverton Diamond on the post from Splendid Feeling.
Nearly a Splendid Feeling for the bookies there. Well, we couldn't wrap up our racing review without showing the victory of Vogue in Perth yesterday. Weight for age conditions suited him, but the opposition put plenty of pressure on rider Cyril Small, but in the end the champion pair came through and scored a decisive victory. This is Vogue taking out the $300,000 Winfield Stakes in Perth yesterday.
Up for home though, with a large chunk of 300 grand staring him in the face. My Bobby Boo in second place, down the outside Fimiston and Pagonic from a long way back, but this horse is a galloping phenomenon and an example of guts and stamina, second to none, and he raced away again in the closing stages.
Well, what a way to finish a great spring campaign for Vogue. He's headed back home now for a well-deserved rest. I might do just that too, Peter.
I thought you took the words out of my mouth.
By the way, next Saturday, Fire from Heaven, and sweetly ridden by Jamie Bayliss.
Followed by Demi's Boy Eagle, Mountain Motto Prince, Fire from Heaven. Medico Legal starting to go forward, but she's deep on the turn into the straight. Then Gold Ridge, Pleasant Lad Country, Region Closer related, and Luskin Knight is still last. They hit the straight now, 350 metres to go, and Table and Chairs looms up on the outside, goes to the lead from Capital Kingdom. Motto Prince coming through in the middle, Noble Bark's gone, then Absentia. Medico Legal and Gold Ridge to the extreme outside. Motto Prince has got a beautiful run on the rails. He's joined Table and Chairs. Fire from Heaven diving through in the middle. Gold Ridge, Medico Legal the outside, but Fire from Heaven, she's the one that's going best in the run to the post, and she's starting to draw away from them. Fire from Heaven first, Gold Ridge second, tight third, Motto Prince.
Well, good news there for Jamie Bayliss. The bad news for him is that he started a careless riding suspension last night. That suspension was incurred midweek, but he was able to ride on a stay of proceedings, much to his delight. He scored a winner. Now we'll have a look at Red Rancher, take out the curtain raiser to the Magic Millions, and you'll notice Williams, now he gets serious here with the whip because Star of Pegasus has moved within about a length of him as they pass the 200 metres. Now he plants a couple of really hard cracks with the whip on Red Rancher's tail, and he responds. He draws away again from Star of Pegasus, and you'll notice in the last 100 here Williams puts it away and he lets him stroll to the line, so there probably was something up the sleeve. And bear in mind, he did do a fair bit of work early to get across from a wide alley, so I thought his performance still very good. There are a few who are a bit disappointed, but he did score by 2.5 lengths. As I mentioned earlier, he ran that very fast time, 57.7. So I think that he's entitled to still be a short-priced favourite for the Magic Millions at the Gold Coast on January the 14th. Race 5 was the other highlight of the Tats Day yesterday, the Recognition Stakes, and Steve Sharman with a nice ride to score here on Miss Fleet, who was decidedly unlucky a week ago at Doomben. Now she's running 5th, one off the fence, the mare with the hood on and the yellow colours.
Flyer and Go Garter, they set sail for the judge, 400 metres out, followed the lighter length in front of Beat the Traffic, Don't Play struggling on the outside. Burglar of Banff, he's never been on the track, but he's coming out after them, and Miss Fleet, she's switching back to the inside, followed the light, the leader, 200 metres out, he's kicked, followed the light in front of Beat the Traffic, Miss Fleet's a Titan, Burglar of Banff is gone, and so is Don't Play, follow the light still in front, the last little bit, Miss Fleet driving at him, and here's Jubilee Jack coming from nowhere, they hit it, Miss Fleet. Miss Fleet's won it by a nose over, follow the light or Jubilee Jack who flew.
Some disappointments there, notably Don't Play and the other heavily backed one Beat the Traffic, and to a lesser extent the Burglar of Banff, who didn't have a lot of luck, but a couple of good runs, in particular the runner-up Jubilee Jack. Now we'll show you the slow-mo here, and it's Follow the Light Clear. The horse in the red colours, under pressure at the moment, is Beat the Traffic. He starts to shear off the track, and he inconveniences Don't Play and Burglar of Banff. Coming through, 3 off the fence is Miss Fleet, and on her inside Sir Titan. Now look at Jubilee Jack, the black and white colours and the red cap. He charges to the line. This is his first run since July, over 1,600 metres, so a great effort. Another hop, he would have tipped out Miss Fleet, and I certainly recommend Jubilee Jack as one to follow. Incidentally, he is a stablemate of Beat the Traffic, who is likely now to have a spell. Race 7 yesterday was the third leg of the treble. It went to Kristen, whose best performances seem to be while she's fresh. She was having her first run since August. Well ridden by Michael Boyce to defeat Vivian Maid. Intellectual battled on well after coming off a wide alley.
Hanging pretty badly. Meadows Pride about 4 deep is joined quickly by Red Pipes and Shared Joy in the middle. Intellectual going up about 5 wide to join them. Petively just behind them looking for the way clear. Fate's Glory going for a split in the middle, and Vivian Maid now pulled out wide with Kristen. They've got 200 metres to go. Intellectual on the outside takes the lead. Kristen and Vivian Maid coming at Intellectual. Kristen on the outside grabbed the lead. Kristen just in front of Vivian Maid and Intellectual, and Kristen is starting to come away from Vivian Maid at the end. Kristen first by a length, Vivian Maid second, Intellectual third, then Fairy Lane and Mendon.
Away from the place getters, not a bad effort by the 4th placed Fairy Lane. might be able to pick up one of those fillies and mares novices. Now a slow-mo of the final event here, and you'll notice the strength of Neil Williams on Mistroni over on the inside of Savoy Truffle. Now, as they get down towards the 100-metre mark, there's Savoy Truffle on the outside, Brian York going for it, and he actually races a long head clear of Mistroni. Now, Savoy Truffle has been maligned as a horse who doesn't go to the line. Well, here's a graphic example of that, because you can see at this stage he's in front of Mistroni. Williams, never say die with the whip, is lifting the favourite back, and right on the line was able to get the verdict, much to the delight of punters. But Savoy Truffle, Brian York, I felt sorry for him. He gave the horse every chance and just didn't have the goods under him to carry the day. We'll switch now to Rose Hill yesterday, and the first leg of the treble down there went to Lord Foxing, who's going to be set for the Christmas Cup, Summer Cup double now, and he responds to desperate whip riding to reach the lead about 100 metres out. He's in greenish colours, and he holds off Alex Hope and Jolly Don, who both ran on solidly.
Lord Foxing into the open now if he's good enough, and they straighten, and Gifted Ruler's gone to the lead from Big Top, Sister Cola. Lord Foxing plotting down the outside from Our Beagles, and Garuna's about 3 lengths from the leader. That's Gifted Ruler. Sister Cola after him a length. The Lord Foxing grinding away, and then Garuna, Gifted Ruler, Sister Cola, Lord Foxing on the outside. Here's a mammoth duel. Jolly Don runs on, but Lord Foxing goes to the lead, and Lord Foxing has won the money. All very tight for second between the fast.
Well, Craig Carmody certainly earned his winning fee there. I estimated he hit Lord Foxing well in excess of 30 times in the straight to get him home, and good effort by Alex Hope, the runner-up there. Race 5, the Shelley's handicap over 2,000 metres. A bit of an upset here, 25 to 1 pop successful. Travelling Prayer scoring from Concord Flyer. Macquarie Prince didn't have a lot of luck. He was certainly into the clear in time to score, but it took him a long while to wind up.
Ferris King heads the others on the corner. Here's Concord Flyer after Rising Fear. My Red Deer feeling the strain, and on the inside angling for the split, but nothing there at the moment. Macquarie Prince and Travelling Prayer joins in. Well, as they come to the 200 metres, and Travelling Prayer and Concord Flyer lead. Macquarie Prince seeing daylight now, and then Commercial Balance. Macquarie Prince after Travelling Prayer and Concord Flyer. It'll be too late. Travelling Prayer's going to win this. Travelling Prayer, goodness me. Travelling Prayer beat Concord Flyer. Macquarie Prince third.
I don't think Ian Craig had something on that winner. He was genuinely surprised, and so were the punters. 25 to 1 Travelling Prayer. The final leg of the treble from Rose Hill went to Dream in Faith, who's likely to come to Brisbane this week and be set for a race at Doomben on Saturday week, the Summer Stakes. And he's a very underestimated sprinter. He's clear at this stage. He's well in control all the way down the straight to score from Ligon Arms and Stimulus.
About 3 lengths on Stimulus, 2 further back Regal Shower, then Steel Bullet and Ligon Arms. At the 300, Connell has a peep over the shoulder on Dream Faith. It's a length and 3/4 Stimulus. Ligon Arms on the outside running a good race, but at the 200 he has another look on Dream Faith. It's holding Ligon Arms and Stimulus, and then comes Regal Shower, but Dream Faith, he's a model of consistency. He's going to win easily from Ligon Arms, battling on Stimulus, but it's Dream Faith for the money. Dream Faith 2 1/4 on the line to Ligon Arms, and those away.
Maybe just a shade short of really top-class Dream Faith, but a very, very honest and consistent sprinter. The action from Melbourne yesterday was at Sandown. The 4th event went to a horse called Poetic Prince, not to be confused with the Grand New Zealander, Our Poetic Prince, who took out the Cox Plate this year. This Poetic Prince is clear, however, as they straighten, and scores comfortably from Days.
Around the turn, 400 metres out, and Poetic Prince got away in front over 2 to Olympus under pressure. A Royal Overdraft in behind them, needing a run. Days back in behind them, followed by Bistro Bow. Then Senor Jester down the outside, 200 out though. It's Poetic Prince over 3 in front of Days. Royal Overdraft in behind them is now getting out, making ground, but this fellow Poetic Prince is clear from Days, and Senor Jester, Royal Overdraft making ground, and it's all Poetic Prince. Poetic Prince wins the length and a half to Days.
Well, undoubtedly, the run of the day came from Warned in taking out the second leg of the Sandown treble. He was back near last and many lengths off the leaders when they straighten. He's in black colours with a distinctive red cap, and watch him rocket to the line.
Warned from last now, pulls to the outside from Sir Nouvel, and 5 lengths away Charito. Before the turn, 450 metres out. Strawberry Ranch a length in front of Diamus. Pull to the outside now, Kingston Heritage making ground from Beau Courier. Then Lonely Dreamer down the outside, followed by Hello Melbourne under the whip. 250 out though, Strawberry Ranch a length and a half in front of Beau Courier, and Kingston Heritage on the outside. Now starting to knuckle down. It's still Strawberry Ranch a length in front though of Beau Courier. Kingston Heritage trying hard, and here is Warned. Warned is coming home 2 to their 1 on the outside. He's swabbing them, Warned, and he's got up. What a run. Warned is...
Well, the class of the opposition not strong there, but great performance by Warned under 57 kilos. He's off to Sydney to run in the Villiers Stakes, and he's a real 1600 metre specialist, so his performance yesterday over 1200 certainly indicates he's going to be a big chance in the Randwick event coming up on, I think it's Christmas Eve. Final event of the Melbourne Treble, race 7 went to Undoubted, who landed some big bets, 7-2 into start, 9-4. Stephen King handled him well. He shot clear just below the 200 metres and scored comfortably from Dowie. And Iskra a good run to get third.
Dropping out. They straighten up, 400 out, trick them under the whip, tackled by Stewart's Event on the outside. Wider out Byam River, followed by Undoubted, now putting in the big strides from under scrutiny. Valley of Fortune back in behind them. Undoubted grabbed them in a stride, though, 250 out. He raced away, he found two under scrutiny. Dowie boxing on from Valley of Fortune. Iskra down the outside. Undoubted a length in front, though, holding Dowie under scrutiny and Iskra, and Undoubted gets there. Undoubted wins by a length to, Dowie, Iskra, all...
So I mentioned good effort by the third place getter there, Iskra. Now on Thursday there was an unfortunate incident at Bundamba, a fall in the opening event. Pat, I know you showed this on the news on Thursday night, and well, it was a nasty one, but I think it's been blown out of proportion a little bit that there was a problem with the track.
That's right. I mean, there's been talk of jockeys black-banning Bundamba, and of course we saw that fall a couple of weeks ago with 3 jockeys in.
This is the fall coming up to the home turn. True Shower stumbles there. Now, the stewards have ruled that the track wasn't to blame. Mark Hancock is just a little awkwardly placed there on True Shower, just clipped the heel of another runner when True Shower drifted in under pressure coming to the corner. You can see that no other rider was to blame, and unfortunately there were 3 horses following Hancock. Now, he is in a rather critical condition in hospital.
Welcome in the New Year racing segment. The colours haven't changed on Strawberry Road, and Bart Sinclair hasn't changed. Welcome back. We did promise our thousands of female viewers out there that Bart would be back in the new year, and he is, after a profitable stay at the coast, or not?
No, it was mixed, the Christmas period, but winning day yesterday, that was something anyway. But,
yeah, good day for Neil Williams yesterday, yeah. But the day was tarnished a little by that fall.
Yes, Neil in great form, winning the 2 big ones, the $50,000 races, the Mini Nuggets. And there was a fall, came up in race 4, it was the maiden handicap, and the top apprentices Michael Boyce and Jason Babarovich both tumbled in the straight. Now, unfortunately, there's an inquiry into that incident, and stewards have withheld the footage. We won't be able to show you that at this stage. But the good news is that both have escaped serious injury, particularly Babarovich, who appeared initially to be the worst injured, and the report on him this morning that the x-rays have revealed no broken bones. He's battered and bruised, but he hopes to resume possibly next Saturday. Boyce has a broken rib and will be out for a few weeks, but the good news is that they're not seriously injured. We're going to get straight down to the action from Doomben yesterday. Race 3, the first of the Mini Nuggets, went to Neil Williams on Cool Credit. In the end, a nice win, but he was slowly away. It didn't look too good for the favourite backers early.
They straighten up now, 350 metres to go, and it's Katima Vic the leader. My Elusive Star second, bailing on the outside, and here comes Cool Credit. Williams winding him up on the outside. He's gathering them in. They've got 200 metres to go. Katima Vic joined now by Cool Credit. He swept up to them, Cool Credit. He's gone for the whip on him. He's in front of Katima Vic, and he's coming away the last little bit. Cool Credit too good, wins it by a length. Katima Vic second, Blue Passo third.
Well, Neil Williams had a few worries there on Cool Credit, but he had plenty of worries on By Invitation before he took out the fillies Mini Nugget. She was wide throughout. It was only the last couple of bounds he was able to pick up stablemate New Parade. These 2 fillies both trained by Jim Griffiths.
Tucked away third on the inside. Each Lieberdeach coming to the outside, starting to go forward, followed by Miss Gordy and By Invitation, then New Parade, Trilogy Bell and Regional Dance well in the straight, 300 metres out. Maid of Grace still the leader. She's kicked. She's almost a length in front of Sandy's Gain. Miss Gordy on the outside coming after them. Each Lieberdeach is still there. And New Parade, she's getting a run close to the inside. By Invitation charging home out wide. Miss Gordy in front. New Parade and By Invitation. By Invitation maybe going a little bit the better. They hit it. By Invitation got up and won it. By Invitation first.
The third leg of the treble went to the Grand Caloundra campaigner, Burglar of Banff. He chalked up win number 28, and his stake earnings now well past the $200,000 mark. Carried 57.5. You couldn't find an excuse for any of the beaten runners because he gave them all plenty of weight. He was just too good. Rough Mate battled on well. Now he's on the outside as they swing for home. Burglar of Banff coming around his heels.
He's coming out 3 and 4 deep to tackle those leaders. Jubilee Jack running up into 4th place, then Stealthy Knight. Burglar of Banff and Rough Mate, they're locked together, 150 out. Burglar of Banff just in front of Rough Mate, who's fighting on. Burglar of Banff and Rough Mate. Burglar of Banff ahead in front. He's going to be too strong, the toppy, and Burglar of Banff beat Rough Mate. Third, Mendham Lad, then followed the light.
A great performance. Steve Sharman, incidentally, suspended after the Doomben meeting yesterday. He's going to decide later today whether he will lodge an appeal to allow him possibly to ride Pacific Union in the Magic Million next Saturday. And Mick Dittman missed out on the Magic Million ride on Eye of the Dragon in the fillies event on Thursday when he was suspended from the 4th race at Rose Hill. That's where we're going to pick up the Sydney action. It's the first leg of the treble. A very interesting finish here. Dittman on Mirakai, and Nosh is the one on the outside who is second past the post.
Mirakai is out after the leader, maintained well very quickly, 5 or 6 lengths. Then coming on the inside, Leave Home from I Like Scotch, and Nosh is still third last. Straightening Dittman had driven Mirakai to a lead of 2 lengths now. Maintained well for history, followed by I Like Scotch, and further back in the field, Leave Home, and Nosh is starting to make ground. At the distance, 200 metres to run. Mirakai leads a couple of lengths on Nosh. Mirakai shifting right to the centre of the track. Nosh is trying hard to pick it up. Mirakai getting very tired. Nosh is swamping it now. Mirakai bored out on Nosh. Oh! Well, Mirakai's beaten Nosh. There'll be a protest, and I'm...
Prophetic words from Ian Craig, because there was a protest very quickly upheld. We'll show you why now as we have a look at the slow-mo of the final stages. You'll see Dittman starting to get anxious here. He switches the whip over to the left hand as Mirakai is shifting ground towards the centre of the track. And here comes Nosh finishing quickly in the cerise colours. Looks certain to go past Dittman's mount. And then you'll see Dittman, the whip in the left hand, gives Nosh accidentally a whack over the head. Nosh certainly responds and tries to savage the other horse as Mirakai continues to bore out, and stewards not only upheld the protest, they subsequently outed Dittman until January the 24th. And word from Sydney is that Mick is not going to appeal and that Wayne Harris has picked up the ride on Eye of the Dragon. Race 5, Biscay Bandit throughout here in the 1500 metre event, led very comfortably, shot right away when they straightened. Well, Zephyr gets it on the inside and battles on well for second.
A length taken as Red getting into the open, followed by Shamanism and Benny's Jet. They straighten up now, and Biscay Bandit leads from Tina Princess. Purse Springs under the whip third, well Zephyr poking through along the rail, and then taken as Red and Star Gitano. 200 left to gallop here. Biscay Bandit leads from Purse Springs and well Zephyr, at a length Star Gitano and taken as Red, but Biscay Bandit and Kevin Moses defying all attempts to run it down, and Biscay Bandit will win nicely. Welsh Zephyr second, Purse Springs has run the third, and then...
7th event was the Welter Handicap, and Go for the Doctor did just that to score here from Just Trish. Some good results for the bookies yesterday. Go for the Doctor had some admirers to start 6-1 at a day when the punters took a real drubbing in the south.
3/4 King of Cavallero. Pine Lodge Girl trying to get between them and pushing King of Cavallero quite legitimately out of the way at the 250, and now it's World Party's rider going for the whip. Pine Lodge Girl, and now Go for the Doctor. It's World Party grabbed by Go for the Doctor and then Pine Lodge Girl, but Go for the Doctor has drawn to the lead from Pine Lodge Girl. Just Trish will probably get up for third, might even get up for second at Willis. Pine Lodge Girl won't go straight, but Go for the Doctor's too good. Go for the Doctor.
Over now to Melbourne and Caulfield, the venue yesterday. Race 4 was the first leg of the treble down there. It went to Catagore, who is in the dark blue colours, gets into the clear about the 250 metre mark and goes on to score well. Crestkin momentarily looked a threat, coming right down the outside, but couldn't sustain the momentum.
Back in behind them, followed by Champagne Diamond. A length away, Crestkin pulls to the outside. Well back on the race, Champagne Pearl, followed by Somber Lass, Arctic Crown. Nam Nam Pros is back in behind them, 250 out. Shalado Lady in front. Catagore is now getting out, making ground, and wider out now. Here is Crestkin. Crestkin raced up on the outside to tackle Catagore. Catagore reached the lead, 100 out at kick from Crestkin, now under pressure from Ideal Manners, and Catagore gets there. Catagore by nearly 2.
The Chatham Handicap Race 5, and a real bolter here with Laconian at 40-1, steaming home down the centre of the track to just edge out Prismatic Star, who looks certain to score at the 200 metre mark when he was still well clear, but Laconian in the last hop grabs him.
From Silver Scout, Wolverine and Diamonds under the whip, not going all that well, followed by Tim's Gambler, 250 out though. Prismatic Star, a length and a half in front of Beau Courier under the whip with Franchita, followed by Silver Scout down the outside. It's Prismatic Star pulling out plenty at the 150, a length and a half in front. From the tail now, flashing home as Sacristy on the outside. It is flying Prismatic Star just in front, Laconian flashing home. Oh, Prismatic Star and...
Final leg of the treble from Caulfield yesterday, race 7, went to Marabou's Phantom, a very impressive victory. Moved up about 3 wide with the red cap as they straightened and went on to score handsomely from Edward Mack, who was 5.5 lengths in his wake.
Imperial Arch had got to the leader, Proud Soiree. Marabou's Phantom now tackling it, followed by Sir Terence. Edward Mack now pulls to the outsiders. Marabou's Phantom 250 out, got away. It's full of running, Marabou's Phantom. Then Trendy Bay, outgunned not in the race. Imposing Bloom is making ground down the outside, but it's all Marabou's Phantom. It'll win at about 5.5 lengths from Edward Mack. Imposing Bloom is flying on the outside with Trendy Bay, but Marabou's Phantom wins at nearly 5 to
Easy one for Marabou's Phantom there, and I think one to follow. Well, that's our racing wrap this morning. We've got a big week this week, 3 race meetings. We've got Bundamba Tuesday, Eagle Farm Wednesday, and of course all the everyone heading, including Pat Wells, to the Gold Coast for all the action on Thursday and Saturday for the 2 Magic Millions.
Yes, and you've also enticed me to get out of bed at about 4.
Southport, the Bart Cummings trained Malibu Magic cast a lasting spell and held on in a photo finish to take out the $1 million race.
The Magic Millions races are getting bigger every year. In 2 years' time, the week-long carnival will be one of the richest race meetings in the world, with $4 million in prize money on offer. The carnival is a glamour event of the coast racing calendar, with $1 million races for fillies and colts, a highly regarded yearling sale which starts on Sunday, and a host of parades and parties. The races are eligible only to graduates of the yearling sales. This year's Filly Stakes attracted 16 starters for the 1,200 metres sprint.
Nigent's Prospector leads for home in the millions at the 350 by a length to Seaside Lady. Malibu Magic on the outside. Morning Lover on the fence, and then Tristan R. Malibu Magic hits the front at the 150 from Nigent's Prospector. Here comes Tristan R. Malibu Magic in front. Tristan R goes after her stablemate. Malibu Magic, Tristan R, they hit the line. It's Russell again.
In first place, the Bart Cummings trained Malibu Magic, purchased last
Gold Coast. Locally trained by Eric Kerwin and beautifully ridden by Chris Muntz, Sunblazer ran the favourites, Skomask and Red Rancher, off their feet.
Magic Millions Day starts early for the well-to-do of the racing world. Nothing less than a champagne breakfast at one of the Gold Coast's more salubrious hotels to get these punters off to the track. Once there, it's time to jostle for a position. Magic Millions Day is a popular one on the coast, and the popularity stakes in the ring belong to Red Rancher, son of the mighty Rancher, and with Neil Williams on board, he looked a good bet. But it was to be a day for the outsiders, as Sunblazer proved.
Sunblazer hit the front at the 200. Pacific Union kicking again, and Skomask in the centre. Sunblazer, Skomask, Pacific Union. Sunblazer in front. He's drawing clear close to home, and he'll win it. Sunblazer. Sunblazer has won from Skomask. Third a photo. Academia and Pacific.
Jockey Chris Muntz was ecstatic on return to scale, as was trainer Eric Kerwin. Sunblazer returned $24.45 the win and $4.20 the place.
And a look at the 3-state doubles and trebles in Brisbane. The treble of 5-109 returns $72.30, with the double paying $22.80. In Sydney, you wanted 10, 7 and 4 for $1,392.50. 7 and 4 for a payout of $26.90. And in Melbourne, the money was with 8, 4 and 3, the treble, and 4 and 3 worth $23 even. Well, a display of power pitching at Gels Park in...
They realise where such big money is concerned, the show must go on.
We have to wear light stuff to enable us to ride the correct weight, and you know, they could pad us up like gridiron players, but when horses are going to land on top of you and tread on you, there's not a lot really that's going to protect you. Obviously the skullcap's the biggest help with our head, but then you've got your neck and your back and everything else, so they can't wire us up and stick us in, you know, tin cans to keep us safe. It's just more or less the safety. The jockeys are going to have to take that little bit extra care.
In the light of recent events, it seems unbelievable the Brisbane racing area was free of major falls for 12 months, until June last year in the state's premier sprint race, the Elders Handicap.
One down, Rendu's fallen.
But the latter half of 88 and the start of 89 has been disastrous. The one that shocked everyone in and out of racing was the 10-horse pile-up in the Inverell Cup. It was the worst race crash in Australia since 1885, when 16 horses fell in the Caulfield Cup in a field of 41. The first jockey to crash at Inverell was Henry Cameron. The champion country rider spent 16 days in intensive care at Royal Brisbane Hospital fighting for his life. He emerged badly scarred, without recollection of the crash despite being shown the video by Channel 7, but determined to carry on.
I know nothing else bar ride, you know.
What's your impressions now that you've seen it in slow motion a couple of times?
Oh, no wonder. Oh, it's the worst I've ever seen in my life, and the worst I ever want to see.
Brisbane's leading turf writer and commentator Bart Sinclair has seen many a promising career cut short by race falls, but understands the jockey's resolve to fight back.
It's something they love doing, and certainly the financial rewards are there for I suppose the top 60 or 70% of them do earn a nice living out of it, and probably the top 10% earn a very good living out of it. So that's an inducement to come back. But basically, they love what they're doing, and they love racing and horses, and that's a big plus for them, as well as the financial rewards.
Bundamba, just west of Brisbane, was the scene of 2 race crashes late in '88. The first on the home turn looked much more serious than it eventually resulted in terms of human suffering. The second, involving Mark Hancock, left the youngster struggling for survival in intensive care with serious head injuries. He's now in a rehabilitation centre at Ipswich. It'll be a long and painful road back to full health. Rightly or wrongly, the 2 Bundamba falls prompted action by the jockeys. They boycotted the track until upgrading was done to the racing surface. The dangers that jockeys face are really rammed home to the general public when you realise a few facts and figures involved in this sport. A 45 to 50 kilo jockey is steering a 500 to 550 kilo racehorse which travels at just above 60 kilometres an hour, with their only protection for the jockeys is a skull cap. So they really do have their lives on the line when they go out on the racetrack. The recent run of falls has sparked renewed talk about jockey safety, but in such a big money sport, additional safeguards for the hoops may be difficult to arrive at.
Someone related it to sitting on the top of a car doing 60 kilometres plus and jumping off with just a skull cap on and see how you'd like to head into the turf, and it certainly is a worry. But weight is such an important facet of racing that you can't burden the horse with too much extra weight. Perhaps they could look at a little bit more safety gear. I haven't thought that right through to what they could wear, but a safety cap or a skull cap probably isn't enough.
Queensland Turf Club stewards acted quickly after the Caloundra tragedy. They met last Monday and, without citing particular instances, they introduced harsher penalties for those found guilty of careless riding on a 3-month trial basis. And they will also look at restricting the size and quality of race fields at some provincial tracks in a bid to minimise the number of serious crashes.
I suppose, over a period of a year you've got to expect a fall occasionally, but our job is to ensure that they're to a minimum and not happening as frequently as they are at the moment.
Yeah, certainly. A triumphant return. He was ruled out of most of the spring racing last year with a leg injury, but he showed that he's back bigger and better than ever, and he scored yesterday. Not a big margin, but only hands and heels from John Marshall, and I thought this a pretty decisive performance. Now he's 3 out from the fence, joining the leaders now.
From Redford and Royal Pardon at the 300, and Bozam raced to Never Quit. They drop Mirakai. Royal Pardon at Eye of the Sky battling on Bozam. Marshall nursing on the favourite. Now he goes for Bozam. It's a half Never Quit. Eye of the Sky the outside, but Bozam in front. Eye of the Sky not picking him up, and Bozam, a great return. Bozam wins it a half length. Eye of the Sky.
It was a great return by Bozam. We're going to show you the slow-mo of the final stages here now, and you can see that Bozam seemed to have a little bit up his sleeve. John Marshall just going hands and heels as Eye of the Sky runs on pretty solidly on the outside, Never Quit over on the fence battling on well, but Bozam just hands and heels, and I think if Marshall had gone for it, we would have found a little bit extra, as champion horses often do. But a great return, and looks like he's set for a big autumn carnival, and a suggestion that he may go to America later in the year. Race 4 yesterday, and a dashing ride by Dennis McClune on Triathlon. Now, he stole a big break in the middle stages. The pace was dawdling. He shot away with a 5 or 6 length advantage, and he was able to hold off the heavily backed 2-to-1 favourite Tri-Step, ridden by John Marshall. Now it's Triathlon clear. He gets very weary at the finish, but just enough in reserve.
For the whip on it at the 250. Tri-Step, the danger to Triathlon. McClune has a quick peep on Triathlon. Marshall goes for the whip on Tri-Step. He's taken a while to grab, but Triathlon, Tri-Step, and then a gap son of Bijou. It's still Triathlon in front. Tri-Step trying hard to pick him up. Will he make it? No. I think Triathlon has lasted the beat.
Not a finish for a caller with bad false teeth. Triathlon beating Tri-Step there. Now to race 5, and this is a very exciting prospect. I'm a Carpenter, 7 races for 7 wins now. He's going to be transferred to the Paul Sutherland stable. I think there's a lot more in store. He didn't beat great opposition, but the time outstanding. He broke 1.9.
Shot to the lead from Star of Carrioy as they round the corner. Swiftly Carson on the outside, about to move to second, followed by Bill, and then comes Record Dash. Now Logue pulls the weapon. I'm a Carpenter at the 200 metres. It's 3 lengths on Swiftly Carson and 2.5 to Record Dash. But I'm a Carpenter down to the 100 metres, looking for 7 out of 70, safely holding Swiftly Carson. And then on the inside, Bill from Record Dash. But I'm a Carpenter maintains his unbeaten record. I'm a Carpenter 2.5.
Now to race 7 from Randwick yesterday. It was the Light Fingers handicap, 1,200 metres, and all the way victory here to Paris Miss. Unfortunately, as she returned to scale, she obviously injured her leg during the race. She was very lame, and her immediate future is in doubt. Paris Miss scoring from Salis Opera, and Riverina Charm runs on well.
To Melissa's Bell, followed by World Party and Research. One from the outside is starting to put in her claim at the 200, and Paris Miss a couple of lengths in front from Salis Opera. Research battling on pretty well, but Paris Miss at the moment 2.5 clear. Salis Opera second, and then a wall of horses, but it's Paris Miss. She's much too good, and Paris Miss has raced home to beat Salis Opera. Third placing, I think.
Well, a decisive victory there to Paris Miss, but we're going to show the slow-mo now and highlight the performance of the 3rd place getter, Riverina Charm. She was resuming yesterday. She's a strong staying filly, and I think this was an outstanding performance first up. Now it's Paris Miss well clear. Salis Opera battling on well out deep. Now the horse 1 in, or 2 in actually, from the outside is Riverina Charm, and on her outside is Research. But look at the way Riverina Charm stretches out in the last 50 metres. She was beaten over 2 lengths, but her performance outstanding, I think, and I feel that she's set for a big autumn as well. We switch now to Melbourne, Caulfield, the venue there yesterday, and the first leg of the treble down there, race 4, the Welter handicap. The punters a little upset when Spacecraft defied his opposition. He sled throughout and scored comfortably, but in contrast to his previous run when he was well beaten as a heavily backed runner at Moonee Valley. Spacecraft well clear, goes on to score by just under 2 lengths.
Spacecraft down to the 200, 6 in front of Silent Prince and then Silver Shark and Byam River, but Spacecraft all the way today. The rock hard track hasn't made any difference to Spacecraft, and he wins easily. Spacecraft by 2.5. Getting up to run second, Byam River. Third is Silent Prince.
Almerta Jazz from the Colin Hay stable took out the 5th event. He was resuming as well. Some of the better-known horses just coming back towards their 1989 campaigns, and his effort good. He was just behind the speed until the turn. He went to the post very strongly. He swept past Tin Woodman about the 200 metres, went on to score well. I thought Tin Woodman battled on pretty well after being headed.
250 out of 4 set, goes up to Tin Woodman, but Almerta Jazz joins them on the outside. Almerta Jazz took the lead from Tin Woodman, then for the back, Blazing Sword, but a touch of class here. Almerta Jazz in front of Tin Woodman, and then Blazing Sword in a 4 set, but Almerta Jazz first up. Almerta Jazz 3/4 to Tin Woodman. Blazing Sword has run.
Race 7 from Caulfield, the 3rd leg of the treble down there, and it went to Hydro's Girl. It was a great battle, about 200 metres out. They were stretched across the track. Hydro's Girl over towards the inside was able to reach the lead just inside the 200, and she went on to score nicely from Spending.
With Crench and Lass to tackle Miss Munda. Further out on the track, Spending getting clear, and Natalia gets out, is starting to run on well, and Please Yourself down the outside. Finishing quickly, 5 across the track here. Hydro's Girl, Spider Rose, Spending further out with Crench and Lass. Hydro's Girl, Spending coming to the line. Hydro's Girl in front. Hydro's Girl's got up to win. A half to Spending. I think Crench and Lass may have got...
Show the slow-mo of that finish, because it was a great battle. 200 metres out, there were 5 or 6 in with real chances, and it was Hydro's Girl, one off the fence, who was able to grab the lead. Now she's under plenty of pressure. Spending, the runner-up, was well tried, 8s into 6s, so this was a good result for the bookies. Hydro's Girl starting at 33 to 1. Punched right out with the whip. She goes to the post pretty strongly. I thought the effort of Spending very good, and Crenshaw Lass and Spider Rose close up 3rd and 4th. But the bookies cheering there at 33 to 1. And if there had been bookies in New Zealand, they would have been cheering yesterday too, because Noble Khan took out the Wellington Cup as, well, I think almost a rank outsider. The one the punters really fancied was Empire Rose, the Melbourne Cup winner. She wasn't able to recapture that cup form yesterday. She was nicely placed at the home turn, but unable to finish it off. Noble Khan, down the centre of the track, goes on to score pretty impressively.
Event, Empire Rose. On the turn in the cup now, and Dark Moments went up to Koch King. Empire Rose is not getting much of a go, but it's a bit flat now. At the moment, the leader, Koch King, out wide. Here's Bullion, and here's Noble Khan coming with a big run down the outside, just in front. Noble Khan in front of the cup from Bullion. Fleetwood Lad running on Christica. They were bullet by Koch King, but Noble Khan, Fleetwood Lad coming hard, but Noble Khan's got it. Noble Khan, Peter Evans going to win the cup easily from Fleetwood Lad and Bullion.
While Empire Rose, Noble Khan taking out the Wellington Cup. Perhaps that's a name we should remember, because the Kiwis have got a habit of finding that form come November at Flemington, Melbourne Cup time. Noble Khan, remember that
The
one.
sprint and got home in front of champion Queenslander Vo Rogue in track record time.
Coming to the turn, Bo Roganek in front when they're about to straighten from Special under pressure on the outside, and now Zedadov gets out. Zedadov comes at them now, 200 to go. Special got it set in front of Bo Rogue. Zedadov makes
Well, Neil Williams is away, wasn't he?
Yeah, poor old Neil, that broken arm, and he's had a few complications. He could be out for 10 or 12 weeks at least, possibly more, but he's honing up his Uncle Arthur trick.
I know, he hasn't lost his sense of humour. I heard the little piece on 4BC yesterday with the recorded message.
Yes, well, Neil certainly has got the premiership in his sights, with still holding a 14-win lead over Brian York, but a few more trebles like that's going to make it interesting. By the time Neil gets back, Brian might have his nose in front.
So how long is he out for, do you think?
Up to 3 months. He'll probably be back late April, and I would think by then Brian would have edged in front, and then it's just a straight run to the wire the last 3 months of the season. So it's going to be very interesting.
Finish, yeah.
Great.
Okay.
Well, as you said, York in sparkling form yesterday, but we're going to pick up the action in race 3, and this is another rider in sparkling form at the moment, Len Hill, scoring here on Easy Now, and it was an easy victory, and this 3-year-old is headed to Sydney. I think he could have quit himself well down there in some of the bigger races.
Metres out, it's Easy Now, an 8.5 in front, Meep a second. Applethorpe Lad coming around the heels of Easy Now. He's pulled him to the outside, and Tatwood's joining in with an almighty run on the outside. 200 metres to go. Easy Now the leader. He's kicked strongly. Tatwood out wide, then Applethorpe Lad, but they'll have to get going if they're going to beat the Big Grey. Easy Now booted away from them again, and he's got them. Easy Now coming away on the run to the post. Easy Now first by 3 lengths.
Oriander, a very underrated mare, took out the welter handicap. Now, she started at 25 to 1, but it wasn't the great result that price would suggest for bookies. Some solid bets landed, particularly along the rails. And Oriander may also head to Sydney now. She's won 6 of her 8 starts. She had to do a lot of work early to get across and lead, but she defied them all in the straight.
Now pulled to the extreme outside, and she's starting to gather in these leaders. They've got 250 metres to go. King of Indies is moving up on the outside of Oriander. Cool Report going for a run in the middle. Swift sent into 4th place on the outside. Oriander's kicked. 100 metres to go. Don't tell me there's a big boil over here. It's Oriander in front. Cool Report. Vane Royale trying to get up on the inside late. Oriander in front, and the biggest shock we've seen for years. Oriander has beaten...
Yes, Oriander jumping up in class, but she handled the step up quite comfortably. And considering she did so much work early, the honours of the race were with her. But we'll show you the slow-mo now of the final stages, and you'll see that there is an unlucky runner here, the second horse, Vane Royale. Now, he's shooting up along the inside behind Oriander. He was just tightened for room at a crucial stage. He'd worked into the clear here along the inside, and then he had to switch back on the inside of Oriander. He goes to post very strongly with that much room there. Cool Report battling on in 3rd place, and Swift Sin finishing 5th, but certainly not disgraced considering she had to cover a lot of extra ground from a wide barrier draw. Race 7, and this is the final pin of the treble for Brian York, scoring here on Noble Clubs. And he's a very, very smart and promising middle distance performer. Now he's outside the leader, Rough Mate, cruises to the front and zips away about the 200-metre mark.
He's in front of Rough Mate. Good luck, Lady Miss Stevenson on the outside, and then Princess Pagale, Pecura Boy and Silver Sierra. But York's gone for home at the 200 and Noble Club. He burnt away from them. He's 2 in front of Miss Stevenson, Silver Sierra and Pecura Boy. And Noble Clubs, he's looking good the last little bit. Silver Sierra making ground quickly in the last 50 yards. But Noble Clubs is too strong and given a couple of slap-ups with the whip.
Improved effort from the runner-up Silver Sierra suggests that he's one to follow. We switch now to Canterbury. Mick Dittman was in good form early. He won 2 of the first 3 races. In fact, probably unlucky not to take out the first 3 because he was runner-up there on Key Dancer, who looked unlucky. Certainly one to follow. We'll pick up our action in race 4. It goes to Better Loosen Up, a very promising 3-year-old from the Cummings stable. Now he's on the outside of the leader. Marshall shakes him up and he zips away. 2nd place is filled by Round the World, a stablemate who runs on doggedly.
Marshall gives him a couple of cracks with the cane. He shot away from Eastern Co. Flash Gypsy. The staying mare Round the World flying home, but Better Loosen Up a mile too good. And Better Loosen Up has won it convincingly. 2nd.
Very smart performer, Better Loosen Up. He'll score in better company than that. Race 5, in a day of protest, this is one of the controversial ones. It's the Frank Underwood Cup. Exceptional Angel first passed the post, but lost the race to Tierra Wrist. We'll show you the slow-mo after we have a look at the normal action here.
Homeward bound, and the favourite Nixon leads the Underwood Cup field around the corner, a length on Snow Chief, followed on the fence by Commercial Balance, and then Exceptional Angel rattling down the outside, and Impresetto heads the others. Nixon joined now by Exceptional Angel, Tierra Wrist and Impresetto, but Exceptional Angel goes to the lead. Tierra Wrist trying to pick her up. She's running off the track a bit, Exceptional Angel, but she'll win. Exceptional Angel.
Well, she did win Exceptional Angel. She won the photo, but she didn't win the race, the protest going the way of Tierra Wrist. And we'll show the slow-mo of the final stages. Now, Exceptional Angel going straight at this stage, but as Tierra Wrist, the horse in the hood, comes at her on the outside, she starts to bore out, and Impresetto compounds the problem by holding his ground and forcing Tierra Wrist into the squeeze box. Exceptional Angel fighting on well despite drifting out, and stewards ruled that she had inconvenienced Tierra Wrist enough to reverse the placings there. Race 7 went to Sir Oracle. Kintyre Star came flashing in the last 50 metres to just fail, and this is a good performance. I think he's one to follow, but Sir Oracle, starting at 16 to 1, had the bookies cheering.
Legitimately holding him in. Hearsay on the rails, and Kintyre Star won from the outside as they turn now, and Sir Oracle put his head in front from McLeod Star. Knight Cesar is out after them. Kintyre Star struggling to reach them. The leader is Sir Oracle now. It's Sir Oracle a half length in front. Kintyre Star getting warmed up when it's all over, and Sir Oracle has beaten the fast finishing Kintyre Star.
Another few hops, I think Kintyre Star would have collected the prize there. Mark him down. Now we're going to switch to Melbourne at Flemington yesterday, and the first leg of the treble down there went to Very Droll from the unlucky Rich Habit, who was certainly decidedly unlucky. He fired in a protest, Rich Habit, and I think that if he hadn't struck trouble in the early stages, he would have won decisively instead of going down in a protest. So it wasn't just Sydney where the action was in the stewards' room.
Off the track with Broadway bound Marathon Star at the 400-metre mark. Shanghai Escapade under a lot of pressure. Very Droll going to it quickly. Catagore still there on the rail, and down the outside Rich Habit, but under pressure from Pray for Colleen. Catagore grabbed by Very Droll in the middle from Shanghai Escapade. Rich Habit further out. Catagore in front. Very Droll moved up on the outside. Rich Habit coming at them. Very Droll, Catagore fighting back. Very Droll, Catagore and Rich Habit in the middle. Very Droll, Rich Habit lunging at it. They hit it. I think Very Droll may have won this a nose, Rich Habit.
Well, the middle pin of the Melbourne treble was the Chester Manifold Stakes over 1,400 metres. It went to Stable Gossip, who was given the run of the race just off the speed. The pacemaker All Spades tried valiantly. He fought back strongly after being headed, and his was a game effort. Now he's in front, and Stable Gossip about 3 lengths off them, over towards the inside, and he angles around the heels of 2 horses.
Then Water Bateman pulled to the outside, down to the 300-metre mark. Caledonian Boy moved up to All Spades. 2 then to All Spades on the outside of them, getting out Stable Gossip, coming home well. All Spades, and on the outside here comes Stable Gossip with a great run. Stable Gossip moved up to All Spades. Caledonian Boy can't go on, but Stable Gossip's coming away. Stable Gossip 3/4 All Spades. Water Bateman 3rd. 4th is Caledonian Boy from Crown.
Now to race 7, and some big bets landed here. Tin Woodman 7-2 into 9-4. He scored decisively. The run of the race came from the 3rd-placed Vitalik. He was near last at the home turn and ran on strongly. The second horse, Speeding Fine, battled on well. And another good effort from Big Grey Roo, who finished 4th.
Down to the 350 now. Speeding Fine about a neck in front. On the outside, Edward Mack gets out, and now Tin Woodman getting clear from Sober Star. Then further back, Big Grey Roo, Prince Marabou and Vitalik. Speeding Fine in front, coming down with about 150 to go. Tin Woodman coming at him quickly. Tin Woodman moved up to Speeding Fine. Then Big Grey Roo and Vitalik. Tin Woodman takes the lead, and it's a Woodman for the money. Tin Woodman coming on to win by a length in the run home. Second, very tight, Speeding Fine.
Pretty decisive effort there from Tin Woodman. He was nicely placed just at the home turn. I like the way he finished off his race, but you had to like the performance of the 3rd-placed Vitalik. He's being set for the Australian Guineas. Now, he was giving them a mile start at the home turn. He was bumped by another runner and pushed a bit deeper on the track. Once he balanced up, he went to the line very strongly. We're going to show you the slow-mo now of the final stages. Speeding Fine battling on well over on the inside. Tin Woodman sustaining that strong finish. Now here comes Vitalik in the blue and white colours down the outside. On his immediate inside is Big Grey Roo, who was the unlucky runner in the Victoria Derby last spring and looks as though he's going to be a threat this autumn. But undoubtedly, the run of the race was the 3rd-placed Vitalik. Now we're going to switch back to Sydney, and another horse to follow this autumn, I feel, is Flotilla. Now he finished 3rd in the final event at Canterbury yesterday. He had very little luck halfway down the straight. Mick Dittman was trying for a run over on the inside. Once he switched out and balanced up the last 100 metres, he went to the line very strongly. This race also featured a protest on behalf of the runner-up Wong. Now it's the winner Diamond Benny going to the front. There's Flotilla in third place. You can see he's just a little bit awkward for a couple of strides. And once Dittman balances him up and goes for home, the last 50 he was taking so comfortably. I think he's come back better than ever this year, and no, it's going to take a great performance to topple him. We're not going to show that, it was too easy. Yeah. Well, we're going to pick up our racing action yesterday at Doomben. First leg of the treble there went to Terrible Beauty, not a terrible name, but the punters who backed Terrible Beauty didn't mind because Jamie Bayliss, with a slashing ride, gets up on the inside. Now, Terrible Beauty in orange and green cap, about 5th or 6th. Look at the run she gets along the inside.
Irish is last into the straight, 350 metres to go. Meadows Pride the leader. Murphy's Daughter on the outside coming after them. Terrible Beauty's getting a run on the inside. Call Me Beautiful the outside, and then Rancheres. 150 metres to go. Terrible Beauty is the leader. She kicked away from them. Here comes Shining Dancer out wide. She's flying home. Terrible Beauty in front. Shining Dancer cutting her down. Terrible Beauty hanging on, and she's just lasted. Terrible Beauty first.
Well, a great performance by Mirabin to take out the Summer Stakes. He was allowed to lead at his leisure, and he dropped them off at the home turn with a great burst of acceleration there. He had the race all parcelled up from that point. The second horse, Swift Sin, battled on well. She's still heading for Sydney.
As they set sail for the judge. In second place, Oriander, then Swift Sin and Cool Action, Mad Maxine Rockall. He's gone full bore now on Mirabin. He's riding him hard with a whip. He's got a nice break on them. 200 metres out, he's 3 in front, Mirabin. I don't think they'll be able to catch him. Swift Sin into second place on the outside, and then Cool Action. But he has run them right off their legs. Mirabin too strong in the run home. Swift Sin second, tight third, Cool Action or...
Well, Captain Kane's a 6-year-old, but probably his best performance of a lengthy career yesterday when he took out the third leg of the treble. He raced home very strongly to defeat the favourite, Lisa Loves Diamonds, who seemed to resent the whip in the last couple of 100 metres.
Knight running third, but wide. Lake Ross in the middle, Cymatic the inside. Rockadale very wide as they set sail for the judge. Then Captain Kane and Impartial Boy. Well in the straight, 300 metres to go. Lisa Loves Diamond is surging to the front on the outside, raced away from Dashing Ruler. Captain Kane starting to make ground, followed by Javalier and then Cymatic. Captain Kane coming after Lisa Loves Diamond. Lisa Loves Diamond in front, walking the last little bit. The captain grabbed him and has raced away to score easily. Captain Kane...
Well, perhaps Captain Kane's finishing burst was accentuated a little bit by the fact Lisa Loves Diamonds was stopping, but I don't think a lot of class in that event yesterday for the novice horses. Switch now to Sydney. Warwick Farm, a great day's racing down there. Mick Dittman in great form, a winning treble, a couple each to Darren Beedman and Shane Dye, and the other win to John Marshall, so the top jockey's really in sparkling form. We're going to pick up the action in the fourth. It's the Surround Stakes. It went to Marshall on Glenview. A sweet ride here. Glenview poised just behind the speed in those Cummings colours, yellow and green, and Glenview switched 4 wide when they straight and sprinted too quickly to defeat Galspray. Riverina Charm, the favourite, battled on strongly for third.
From Galspray, the inside is Melissa's Bell. A length to All Stormy, then Riverina Charm. Glenview getting out. She's looking a danger. Atalanta's Way is next, but Glenview looks the one at the moment. Glenview strode past Galspray, then Riverina Charm at All Stormy, but Glenview much too good and wins the Surround a length and 3/4.
Race 5 was the Autumn Stakes, and while there was joy for Marshall there on Glenview, not so on Tierra Wrist, who failed narrowly to pick up Just Trish. Tierra Wrist, under his big rate, really worked to the line nicely, failed by a half head. Just Trish, well ridden by Shane Dye, the horse just taking over now in the green cap.
Regal Shalar, Just Trish again went past Gally Gaskins. Just Trish at the 150 a length. Tierra Wrist battling on courageously under his big weight. Just Trish in front. Tierra Wrist is trying to get her. It's Just Trish clinging on from Tierra Wrist. The pull in the weights hold the tail, and Just Trish wins.
Race 6, the Chipping Norton, and a real weight for age ride here by Mick Dittman on Flotilla. He used the horse's natural acceleration at the home turn. He grabbed a length or so on Bozam and Research, and the latter two weren't able to pick him up, although they were taking ground off him in the last 100.
By Dittman, races to the lead from Marimbula Bay, coming to the corner. One Bozam being shaken up by Marshall, and likewise Dye aboard Research, and 3 lengths to Eye of the Sky as they turn the corner. And the leader is Flotilla, a length and a half. Bozam Research on the outside at the 200 metres, and Flotilla in front. Bozam on the outside with Research trying to get to Flotilla. It's Flotilla a length on Bozam, followed by Research. Flotilla still shows the way. They're not going to get to Flotilla, and Flotilla becomes a millionaire.
Wish I could join him. Race 7 went to Boasting, well ridden by Shane Dye. Now Boasting was in cerise colours, racing outside the leader, as they straightened, and he kicked away strongly and scored untroubled from Nova Edition. Magic Gleam third.
Dropped off and last in the field is Farristan. Boasting went to Mighty Reserve, 200 to go. Third is Prince Anton, followed by Magic Gleam on the outside, but Boasting races clear. Boasting's about 2 lengths and has the Liverpool City Cup well won. Nova Edition will get home for second. Magic Gleam will run third, but an east.
Now we're going to switch to Melbourne, and some great racing down there as well. As we mentioned earlier, Vo Rogue, a cakewalk, and he's certainly in sparkling form. He looks to be doing it so easily at the moment, but he's still running fast times. Race 4 went to the favourite, Aforesaid, in white colours, moved up at the right time just before the 200 metres. Darren Gauci went for home, and he was able to score from Mr Imperious. A good run from the third place getter, C. Brigand, who makes up plenty of ground late.
Sober Dancer put its head in front. Aforesaid comes at it. Prince Aluminium on the outside, but under pressure. Now the Gouch asks the favourite to go, and away it goes. Aforesaid quickly got the upper hand from Sober Dancer, fighting back under the big weight. But it's Aforesaid in front of Sober Dancer, Mr Imperious. C. Brigand running into the back of them late, but Aforesaid gets the prize. Aforesaid 3/4.
The Cadbury's Australian Guineas, and it finished up a cakewalk for King's High, although he was regarded as the second string for the Colin Hayes stable. He crushed the favourite Vitalik. Vitalik took over just before the 200 metres and looked like he was going to be right in the finish, but King's High just cruised past him, went on to score by 3.5 lengths. So Midas fighting on strongly for third. Looks like he's coming up well.
Back of them try to get a run, and down the outside here's Vitalik. Nanyatara's lost the rider. Vitalik raced to the front, 300 to go. Coming after him, King's High on the outside. Then Almurda, Jazz and Liverstone Lane. King's High moved up to Vitalik. Takes the lead, and it's King's High racing away. Holding Vitalik at bay. Liverstone Lane and Sir Midas late. But King's High walks in by 4 lengths.
The King's High was suitably impressed. He's going to back up next week and ride this filly in the Blue Diamond, I'm sure. She just went to the post hands and heels, but too strong for Saloon Rule.
By Love and Laughter, Belle Chanson struggling. Saloon Rule at the 250 raced up, grabbed Spangler, but Courtsar gets them quickly. Courtsar raced up with 150 to go, and she's got the upper hand. Saloon Rule fighting back. Courtsar a neck in front. Saloon Rule won't give in, but it's a soft win for Courtsar. Courtsar a half length. Saloon Rule 5 away, third in the race.
Might have been a soft win, but the time was there, and I think Courts is going to be very hard to beat in the Blue Diamond. The Oakley Plate was the main event from Caulfield yesterday, and a strong win to the 3-year-old Clay Hero. He raced very deep throughout, was still able to just hold on from Lonely Dreamer, who fired in a protest but quickly dismissed.
Hero off the track, Vestal trying to get out from Sunalong Lass, and then Classman, Lonely Dreamer. Scarlet Bisque in front, 200 metres to go. Here's Clay Hero down the outside from Royal Handout. Clay Hero moving up to Scarlet Bisque. Clay Hero out in the middle, out after Scarlet Bisque. Then Lonely Dreamer followed further back by Sunalong Lass. Scarlet Bisque in front. Clay Hero, Lonely Dreamer, Clay Hero. Clay Hero's got up to win.
Well, as I said, it was a strong win because Clay Hero was very deep throughout, and he was still able to show some acceleration in the straight and great courage to hold on. He's had his share of leg problems, and Rick Hall-Lacey, his trainer's done a good job. We'll show the slow-mo now. Lonely Dreamer getting slightly cramped for room on the inside, but it was, at best, a very ambitious protest. The stewards, in fact, took less than 30 seconds to dismiss the objection. You can see John Didham just hands and heels on Clay Hero, getting a bit weary near the line, but boy, he was entitled to, because he was never closer than 4 and 5 horses wide throughout. So that was a good effort by the 3-year-olds. Some big bets landed there, 7-2 in to start 9-4. Race 7, the third leg of the treble, went to Gilded Lily, ridden by Michael Clark. Looked in a little bit of trouble just after they straightened, but when Clark got that magic wand out, Gilded Lily certainly showed a lot of courage.
Going right, went up on the outside of Gilded Lily down to the 250. A length Boardwalk Angel getting on, and down the outside is Hut Star. It's Gilded Lily down on the...
Queensland is a bit disappointed. Stylish Century couldn't quite carry the day in the second. We all thought that he'd be suited on the rain-affected track down there, but he just seemed to bog down, and more of that later. We're going to show you a little piece first up about a very excited owner, Nick Collum, understandably so, after his filly Courtsa took out the $500,000 Blue Diamond Stakes in Melbourne yesterday. The filly is now going to be set for the Golden Slipper, and if she can adapt to the right-handed way of going, she's going to be very hard to beat in the big event in a fortnight. But let's have a look now at this package out of Melbourne on yesterday's Blue Diamond Stakes Day.
The heat was on as the candidates paraded before the running of the race. With the temperature hovering in the mid to high 30s, the pressure was on the well-fancied horses in the field as they made their way to the 1,200-metre start. Tommy Smith was chasing his 4th win in the race with either Keat Dancer or Paris Opera, while outspoken Melbourne owner Nick Collum had declared his star filly Courtsa a certainty in yesterday's edition of the Melbourne Sun. Here's how Brian Martin saw the 1989 Blue Diamond.
Racing. Oh, Saloon Rule's missed it. Oh, Saloon Rule's gone up in the air and missed it a dozen lengths. Saloon Rule has missed the start, and Sculptured Arch jumped out quickly with Arc Regal. Good old Ted quickly burnt to the front when they settled down, and Courts are going into a handy position from Dancer's Choice, and Paris Opera getting up on the inside from Malibu Magic. Then True Label further back in the field, Reganza. They're followed by Key Dancer a fair way back, so is Rechabite, Appleby Fair, Bajila. Good old Ted in front, led 3/4 to on the outside, Arc Regal. Courts is running 3.5 into Paris Opera. Sculptured Arch around Malibu Magic, and then Marbrook further back, Reganza, True Label, Dancer's Choice. 2 lengths further back in the field is Rechabite with well out of it Key Dancer, followed by Appleby Fair. Then Bajila and Saloon Rule is last of all. He's dashed away. Good old Teddy's 5 in front around the turn. Straightened up from Arc Regal. Courts are being ridden along. Then Sculptured Arch. Good old Ted first for home, but here comes the filly. Knuckling down now. Courts are out after Good old Ted. They're clear of Arc Regal and Dancer's Choice, but Courts Ar's grabbed the lead. The filly going for the diamonds, and she's streaking away. Courts are a mile too good. Dancer's Choice, Sculptured Arch battle out the minus from Reganza, but Courtsa wins the Blue Diamond by 4 lengths. Sculptured Arch second and nose, Dancer's Choice third. Then Appleby Fair again.
And so it was Courtsa taking home the $335,000 first prize. And if she can snare the $1.1 million first prize in the Golden Slipper on March the 18th, her winnings would total $1.44 million, a record for an Australian 2-year-old. After the race, Jenny Chapman caught up with winning jockey Shane Dye.
She really impressed me last week, so it's made the trip worthwhile.
She appeared to be travelling really easily coming around the turn, was she?
Actually, she was a little bit off the bit, but she was entitled to be because they were running quick the first 600, and I wanted her to go forward. I thought if I could put a couple of lengths on them on the turn, those horses like Key Dancer and the ones racing back a bit would have to be very smart and run the last 2 furlongs very quick to pick me up.
When you went for the whip, she didn't seem to like that.
I think she was under pressure at the time, and she's gone away to win by 4 or 5 lengths, so she handled it quite well.
Owner Nick Cobham, never short of a word, couldn't contain his excitement and believes we haven't yet seen the best of his star filly.
I think she's a freak, this filly. You know, she's doing things she's not entitled to do at this stage because she's really bred to run a mile and further. But she's very tough, got great temperament and very tough.
Nick, you've had some great horses in your time, Cinderella, Tristarc, Impasira.
Yeah.
How does she compare?
Oh, she's the best.
She's the best.
She will, I think potentially she will be the best, yes.
The Golden Slipper in mind?
She'll win.
She'll win?
Yeah, she'll win.
That's a very confident...
She'll win.
Yeah,
they won't beat her. There's nothing in the country can beat her. There never was. You know, she probably should have won her first 2 starts. She lost 3 lengths here when Signorelli beat her. She got interfered with at Sandown. We didn't get the protest, but that's a matter of subjective opinion. She probably should have been undefeated. She's very good. I mean, that sounds like I'm bragging. I'm not. It's her, not me.
For trainer Ross McDonald, it was also his first Blue Diamond. Although he put it just a little differently, he also believes we'll be hearing a lot more from Courtsa in the very near future.
Time will tell. You've got Tristarc, they're all different sort of fillies. Impasira's turned out a great filly mare. She's won the Caulfield Cup, Australasian Oaks. Well, this filly, we bought her, to run in the classic distance of, Oaks distance and that. And she's not what you call a speed horse, but she's just got that much natural ability. She could do anything.
Well, it certainly looks as though Courtsa is going to be hard to beat in that Golden Slipper in a fortnight, shaping up as another great race. Unfortunately, no slipper joy yesterday for the Queensland connections of Stylish Century. He needed to win the Todman Slipper trial at Rose Hill to be sure of a place in the slipper field. He'll probably now have to run next Saturday at Rose Hill and have to win to make the field. It appeared as though he wasn't really comfortable in the going yesterday. We'll show you now the race. Mercury was very close to him at the home turn when most thought Stylish Century would be 4 or 5 lengths in front of his main rival. It was Dittman and Mercury who were closing pretty quickly at the home turn. We're going to pick up the action just as they swing for home. And Stylish Century at this stage was under a little bit of pressure from Mercury. We're going to... He's got a late message here. We're going to show Melbourne first. Yeah, it's a bit tricky. We'll go the other way. Get the left-hand wheel out. We're going to pick up the action down there in the 4th event, which was the Herald Sprint. Went to Flash Sam. You'll notice Flash Sam. He is a flashy type. He's got a big baldy face. Now he's positioned just behind the speed in about 5th or 6th place over towards the inside, and he gets a split in the centre about the 300-metre mark and shows great acceleration. Goes on to score impressively.
When they come to the turn, it got to the front, the favourite now. Western Sovereign went to 3rd, then Festal in trouble, got checked. Uncle Sid and Foamy Ocean pulled out wide in the straight. And the leader, Royal Handout, down on the inside. Western Sovereign on the outside of it, the challenger. Down the outside, Uncle Sid coming home well. And now Flash Sam getting a run through. It's Royal Handout, Western Sovereign. Flash Sam nearly ran to the back of them. Straightens up again. Uncle Sid on the outside. Flash Sam moved to Western Sovereign. And Flash Sam's going to get up and win. Flash Sam's got the money, a length from the post. Western Sovereign second, Royal Handout.
Just in case you just joined in, we're showing Melbourne first this week, and we're going to show you Courtsa again in case you've really just joined in. This is Courtsa taking out the Blue Diamond. You'll notice that she resents the whip a little bit when Shane Dye hits her. She's inclined to swish the tail around, but she's certainly going to the line strong. She goes on to score by 4 or 5 lengths in a very impressive slipper trial.
Recordbite with well out of it Key Dancer, followed by Appleby Fair, then Bajila and Saloon Rulers last of all. He's dashed away, good old Teddy's 5 in front around the turn. Straightened up from Mark Regal, Courtsa being ridden along. Then Sculptured Arch, good old Ted first for home, but here comes the filly. Knuckling down now, Courtsa out after good old Ted. They're clear of Ark Regal and Dancer's Choice, but Courtsa's grabbed the lead. The filly going for the diamonds, and she's streaking away, Courtsa, a mile too good. Dancer's Choice, Sculptured Arch battle out the minus from Braganza, but Courtsa wins the Blue Diamond by 4 lengths. Sculptured Arch.
Race 6, the Futurity Stakes. It was expected to be a cakewalk for the Glamour 3-year-old Zedative, and it proved just that. He was inclined to loaf a little bit after he reached the lead about the 150-metre mark, but Greg Hall just kept him going with the whip. Jetfighter battles on well over on the inside. It's going to be very interesting now to see if Connections pay the $120,000 late entry fee for Zedative to run in the Breeders' Classic.
2.5 to Clay Hero, 2 lengths for the back, Redelva. You'll have to get a rig along on Zedative. He's starting to make his ground around the outside of Redelva when they turn for home. Speeding fine in front of the 300. Here he comes now, Zedative down the outside. He sweeps past Clay Hero, ranges up on the outside, and he lays the ears back, and home he goes. Zedative races away from Jetfighter the rail. Redelva battling on well. Hall has to keep him going, and he's too good for them, Zedative. Zedative wins by a half length, 3/4 to Jetfighter. Anek Redelva third.
Race 7 was the Carline Cup, and a great performance here from Superimpose. He's headed now for Sydney. He's going to tackle the Doncaster on Easter Saturday. He humped 57 yesterday and ran very smart time. As you can see, Darren Gauci was going very comfortably just behind the leaders at the turn. It was only a matter of getting into the clear, and once he did, I liked the way Superimpose really accelerated through. Dandy Andy battling on for a most encouraging second.
Mr. Dynamite last of all. On the turn, Black Charleston, a length and a half. Pendleton on the outside, Superimpose further back. On the outside, Podgore and Dandy Andy down the outside. 250 out, Superimpose swept the Black Charleston now. Superimpose took the lead in the Carline Cup, running home well. Dandy Andy down the middle, but Superimpose got a good break and he's home. Superimpose is holding Dandy Andy, a polo run. Superimpose 2 lengths Dandy Andy, a half a polo run third, then Giles.
Now we're going to show you Sydney. Rose Hill yesterday unfortunately rained most of the morning. The track certainly deteriorating, and the second event was the one the Queenslanders were interested in, Stylish Century, and we'll show you as we pick up the action just as they swing for home that he's just floundering a little bit. Brian York is trying to hold him together. Now Mercury in the blue colours. Dittman goes for the whip first, and he's starting to edge closer to Stylish Century. Stylish Century with York going for the whip, and he's battling on strongly after Mercury joined him at the 200-metre mark. And it looked for a moment here as though Stylish Century was going to worry Mercury out of it. But look at the lunge by the Tommy Smith trained colt in the last 50 metres, and he gets up to score by a short neck. And Mercury certainly lost no slipper admirers with that determined finish yesterday. We just hope for Queensland's sake Stylish Century can win next week and qualify for the big race. Race 3 was the Sedgenhose Stakes, and it went to Beau Zam. He certainly relishes soft going. Well, he's a champion in any type of going, but yesterday he was clearly too good. You can see that John Marshall just hands and heels, and he's just a street above his rivals. They're talking now about international races for Beau Zam, and certainly I think on his current form that is justified. Beau Zam, an outstanding weight for age performer of international class. Race 4 was the first leg of the treble from Rose Hill. It was pouring rain during this race, and it went to Magic Gleam, who slices through on the inside about the 250-metre mark when the leader, I'm a Carpenter, was inclined to shift ground. Leg on Arms had moved into a close second as they turned for home.
I'm a Carpenter, a length and 3/4 clear. Leg on Arms has gone through to be second now, and 2 lengths to kick along. At the 200, Logue pulls the whip on I'm a Carpenter. It's about a length clear on Leg on Arms. And in third place, Magic Gleam coming up on the inside. I'm a Carpenter, Logue working overtime, Leg on Arms, and here comes Magic Gleam. Magic Gleam is scooting through on the inner, gains the lead from I'm a Carpenter, and then Leg on Arms, and it's Magic Gleam for the money. Second is I'm a Carpenter.
Race 5, conditions a little brighter here, but not too bright for the Queensland contingent, with Swifts in the runner-up in the Orlando Wines Classic. victory here to Red Express, who was unlucky at her last start. She came scooting down the outside at the remarkably good odds of 20-1 and really relishing the soft conditions.
Swifts in, Gal Spray, Voltage, Red Express and then Twining. As they swing the corner, Paris Weekend in front. Second posse is taken by Nova Edition. Glenview asked for the big effort now. Gal Spray behind those and then Swifts in. Now at the 250, Swifts in looking a danger. Goes to Paris Weekend. Glenview not running on as well as anticipated. And here comes the mum-to-be, Impazera. At the 150, Red Express goes after Swifts in. Impazera labouring, but Red Express, stablemate of the favourite, racing clear and will bolt in. Red Express by 3, Swifts in second. Twining.
Race 7 to wind up the treble was the welter event over 1,500 metres. Went to Mystical Prince, ridden by Miracle Mal Johnston. A great ride here from Johnston. And Mystical Prince, once into the clear in the straight, just exploded away. That's him in the yellow colours, 3 out, and he just bolts away when Johnston says go.
Prince asked for the big effort by Mal Johnston now. Paris Pride and Round Opera battling.
The crowd went wild when he was fighting off the challengers yesterday in the Australian Cup. And as Peter Donegan reports, there was plenty of action at Flemington yesterday.
2 years ago, Australian Cup Day at Flemington. The big race itself was billed as a match between Bone Crusher and Ad Talak. What a match it was.
Will the champ get up? He lunges. Yes.
12 months ago, again, they said it was a match. Again, Bone Crusher was involved, this time with Vo Rogue. But Brent Thompson and Dandy Andy combined to script an unexpected ending.
Dandy Andy, a length to Vo Rogue, 5 lengths to Bone Crusher.
So the crowd that went to headquarters yesterday was probably in two minds. Would the match eventuate between Vo Rogue and Our Poetic Prince, or would Lady Luck step in to provide another upset? As always, time would provide the answer. 2 days previously, the final spit and polish was being applied. Our Poetic Prince, the little Kiwi, back in Australia again, striving to do what he did in the Cox Plate last year.
And it's an all-New Zealand finish. Our Poetic Prince running away, wins by a length and a quarter.
That day, Vo Rogue had been scratched. A week later, they met in the McKinnon Stakes, another race where an outsider spoiled the party.
Over the top of it, Empire Rose gets up to win. Empire Rose, there he goes.
Since then, the Rogue had taken all before him, absolutely cantering in at his last 3 starts, and on Thursday, he looked a ball of muscle and ready to make it 4 in a row. Race day, and long before the Australian Cup, the crowds were flocking to get an early glimpse of the champions. Bookies were taking a risk with Vo Rogue, though. He was 5-2 on before the rain had fallen late in the week. You could get much better than that at about 2 o'clock yesterday. Vo Rogue was ready for his 51st start. Strong, hard and willing. Capabilities convincing enough for even the superstitious to forget he was racing in a new set of colours. Last year's surprise victor Dandy Andy was there with Harry White in the saddle, while 88's winning rider Brent Thompson was aboard the imported galloper Highland Chieftain. Noel Harris had made the trek across the Tasman to partner Our Poetic Prince, as he had in the Cox Plate, and Darren Gauci was quietly confident aboard the up-and-coming Superimpose. The questions stopped, and the answers began at 2:25.
Set to run, they're racing. And out in a good line too, with Stable Gossip, one of the best away down on the inside. Vo Rogue and Super 100.
It took a little while for the Rogue to get to the outright lead, but the middle stages saw him, as expected, bowling along with a comfortable advantage. That break was still 4 lengths as they prepared for the run home, and Vo's courage was put to the test.
They straighten up in the cup, and it's Vo Rogue given a crack with a whip at the 400-metre mark by 3 lengths. Now the Kiwi is called on. Our Poetic Prince on the outside, and he's starting to bridge the gap as he pulls the whip on the leader, Vo Rogue. Vo Rogue at the distance by 3. Superimpose. Our Poetic Prince are trying to peg him back. The crowd roaring for Vo. It's Vo in front by 2 lengths. Superimpose. Our Poetic Prince are trying to get to him. But go Vo. The champ does it again. Vo Rogue a length and a half in the Australian Cup. Superimpose second. Ahead away, third on the race is Our Poetic Prince. Then Dandy Andy, Apollo Run, Ideal Sentiment, Highland Chieftain. Further back Injustice, followed on the outside by Saratov. Stable Gossip down towards the tail of the field.
It was one of his best wins, I think. He had held the lead there, and they seemed to come at him halfway up the straight, but he found plenty as he normally does, and it was a big thrill for him to see him hang on and win.
Vic Rail was also delighted with the win, and who wouldn't be? The Rogue had just passed the $2 million mark in stakes, but Vic is obviously a hard man to please.
I wouldn't call him a champion, because there will be days when he does get beaten. People say champions shouldn't get beat. But if this little horse can come back in the spring and repeat what he's been doing, then I will say he's a champion.
He'll do me for a champ, Vic, and it's going to be very interesting to see what does happen this week. I'd like to see him go to Sydney, Pat. I think there's a doubt about him, 2,400 metres right-handed, but he'd really make it a thrilling race, the Tancred Stakes, because we've got the imported horses there, Bozam. It'd be a great draw card.
Well, what about Bozam Vogue? I know just quietly after the announcement of the Horse of the Year last night that the boys in the Vogue camp weren't all that happy, and I think they'd probably look forward to a match-up against Bozam, wouldn't they?
Yeah, so I think I'd prefer it left-handed to the right-handed way of Sydney going, but I hope he runs next week because that would really answer the question. Anyway, we'll see what happens with the weather in the southern states during the week, and that will determine Vogue's plans. Now let's switch to the treble events from Doomben yesterday. Race 3, the flying handicap. A disappointment here was the favourite Cool Report. Victory again to the country sprinter Tiger Hayes, who's never been in better form. He's now had 4 wins in a row and gave Keith Marnie the first leg of a winning treble.
They're together as they race onto the bend. They're about 4 in front of Tiger Hayes and James Tradition. Then Prince Arthur, Game Harrier, My Blue Kingdom. Straightening up now, 400 metres to go. Cool Report on the inside, a touch in front of Lord Penn. They're clear of Tiger Hayes, who's now pulled to the outside, and he's popped the big question. Then Prince Arthur and James Tradition. They've got 200 metres to go. Lord Penn the outside, and Cool Report. Cool Report's kicking again, and now Tiger Hayes is coming at the pair of them on the outside. Tiger Hayes moved up to them, grabbed the lead. He's about a neck in front of Cool Report and Lord Penn, and Tiger Hayes is coming away the last little bit. Tiger Hayes first, tight second. And
Race 5 was the welter handicap, and a well-deserved victory to Rusty Sand. He'd been racing most consistently, without luck at his last 2 starts. Yesterday, luck went his way. Mike Pelling, with a lovely rails-hugging ride, was able to squeeze through at the home turn and went on to beat Unique Memento. Persian World, a good third. He made up plenty of ground late.
Dream Splendor pushed along a little bit, then Insatiate, and there goes Miss Stevenson. She's dashing quickly on the outside. She's going up 3 deep. Best Report trying to go with her. Then Unique Memento, Rimlad, Turvey, Rusty Sand, Dark Reflection. Star of Armien's Gembis to the outside and Sea Cabin. Well in the straight, Dream Splendor tackled quickly by Miss Stevenson on the outside, and she booted to the lead. It's Miss Stevenson going to a narrow lead at the 200. Coming hard on the outside now is Unique Memento, and Rusty Sand's got the split on the inside. Miss Stevenson, Rusty Sand drove through to grab the lead. Unique Memento on the outside as Rusty Sand in front. They hit the line, and Rusty Sand has just beaten Unique Memento.
The favourite backers crashed in the third leg of the treble. Gypsy Rogue, starting at odds on, was well beaten before the home turn. He dropped out to finish near last and was ordered to undergo some veterinary tests. The winner here, Wallow's Century, in a tremendous finish right down the outside. A lot better than her last start when she disappointed over a longer distance on a wet track.
And Red Raz, Wallow's Century, Aldenel, Fun Gold, On Your Own, Latin Flare and Tiger's Image. Around the home turn, 3.75 to go. Westbrook Way just in front of Never Too Close, who's driving up along the inside to join Westbrook Way again. Gypsy Rogue struggling a little bit on the outside. Wallow's Century, Gallant Ruler coming home strongly, and then Captain Kane. The favourite's gone. Westbrook Way's just in front. Westbrook Way in front of Never Too Close. Wallow's Century, Gallant Ruler and Captain Kane. Here's Captain Kane flying through. Fun Gold the inside. Oh, this is a beauty. This is a great finish.
I think you'd call that finish a race caller's nightmare. Make them wake up in the middle of the night sweating. We'll show you the slow-mo of the final stages, and what a tremendous finish it is. Now, it's Westbrook Way in front, Never Too Close on his inside. Fun Gold getting right through on the fence. 4 out is Captain Kane, and the grey second from the outside is the eventual winner, Wallow's Century. And right on the outside, On Your Own, making up plenty of ground late. Fun Gold slices through on the inside, but it's Wallow's Century, the grey, out deep, just getting the photo verdict, and splitting them in the middle was Captain Kane. A great finish. We switch now to Rose Hill yesterday. Unfortunately, a rain-affected track. It appeared Queensland was headed for victory in the first leg of the treble down there, race 4, the Sky High Stakes, when Noble Club swept to the front on the home turn, but he was run down in the last 50 metres by Eye of the Sky and Anybody Home.
Miro about to join in, and 2 lengths to Scintilla the inside, and then a break. Kalani's Pick. All Water Boatman didn't handle the bend, dropped off, and Regal Prize tackled by Noble Clubs. A length, Miro, Scintilla, and then a gap on the outer, Anybody Home. But now it's Noble Clubs going to a clear-cut lead at the 200 metres. Eye of the Sky's getting out now. He's still 2 from Noble Clubs, and then Anybody Home. Noble Clubs on the inside, still in front. Coming at him, Eye of the Sky with Anybody Home. Noble Clubs in front, Eye of the Sky, and Anybody Home grabbing him, and Eye of the Sky. Eye of the Sky has won the money.
Eye of the Sky now set for the Doncaster handicap, and in his current form, he's certainly in with a show. Race 5 was the Rose Hill Guineas, and Ron Quinton and Riverina Charm combining again here to back up after their Canterbury Guineas win to score well. From Power of Destiny, who runs on well out wide, and Our Krona, the New Zealander, battling on well for third.
Them in on the corner at the 450, Shining Wind, 3/4 Our Krona given full border, race to the lead now. Third placing is Reasoning, followed by Liverstone Lane, and let's look for Riverina Charm. Here she comes on the outside at the 200 metres, and it's Our Krona in front. From Liverstone Lane, Riverina Charm, Reasoning, and then on the extreme out of Power of Destiny. The leader Our Krona, but Riverina Charm and Power of Destiny right down the outer, but Riverina Charm shot away. She's home, and Riverina Charm has beaten Power of Destiny. Third placing out.
The appearance of top European jockey Pat Eddery at Rosehill yesterday was one of the highlights, and he didn't let his admirers down, and he scored in the 7th event on Concordance. A very clever ride. Concordance back near the tail enders, coming to the home turn, gets a run through in the centre, and then goes home stoutly to score well.
As they round the corner, and Top Class tackled in earnest by Gally Gaskins. Just Trish is wider further back in the field. Concordance getting a run between horses, and a length to Terrific and Regal Shalar right down the outer from Palace Revolt. Top Class on the inside, tackled by Concordance, and a length to Just Trish, and then Regal Shalar. Concordance having a struggle to get away from Top Class. Here's Regal Shalar the outside, but now Concordance a half Top Class, Regal Shalar the outer. Pat Eddery getting everything out of Concordance, and Concordance wins the cup. Concordance has beaten Top Class.
Switch now to Flemington. We've seen plenty of Vo Rogue take out the Australian Cup. We'll get down to race 5, the middle pin of the treble down there, and it went to River Gleam, who was very cleverly handled by the country rider Neville Wilson. Now, River Gleam is on the outside. You'll notice Wilson bides his time. He goes for home just before the 200 metres and pinches a winning break.
English Charm, and they're followed by Mardisi, and then Friar's Delight. 350 out. River Gleam gets to Laura Dare in front. On the outside of them, running on English Charm, followed back in the middle by Taffeta Bow, and then Mardisi. River Gleam went back to the rail and shot a length in front. English Charm is out after it quickly, and they kick from Cooter Theatre. River Gleam doing it well up 100-metre mark. She's holding English Charm and getting through Friar's Delight late, but River Gleam, too good the mare. River Gleam by a length in the run home. English Charm second.
The grey Confucius Flyer took out the 7th down the straight at Flemington, and is now going to be set for the Goodwood Handicap in Adelaide on May the 13th. John Didham just hands and heels, pretty confident ride, and picks up the leader in the last 100 metres. Good win to Confucius Flyer.
Mouton and Private Walker last of all. Onto the course proper, 650 out. Scarlet Visca, length and a half in front of Bijou Mio. Third the outside, Princely Heart. Manatea fourth the rail, then Fairy One, Confucius Flyer, Tarawa Boy noted. Then Cameronic, 2 lengths Little Eskimo, and then Mouton and Private Walker. 350 out, Scarlet Visc by a length and a half to Bijou Mio. Princely Heart on the outside from Manatea. Further back, Fairy One, then Confucius Flyer. Coming down with about 150 to go. Scarlet Visc kicked a length and a half in front of Princely Heart, and Confucius Flyer on the outside. He has to pull the whip on Scarlet Visc. Confucius Flyer wearing it down, takes the lead, and Confucius Flyer gets up to win. Confucius Flyer 3/4. I'd say Scarlet Visc second.
That's our racing review this morning. We've got meetings this week at Eagle Farm tomorrow to correspond to the Newmarket Day at Flemington, and Doomben on Wednesday. And of course,
ran the opposition ragged and took his earnings to $2,060,000. Let's pick him up on the turn for home, where you'll notice jockey Cyril Small has a couple of anxious peeps over the shoulder. The horse getting through on the inside in the red cap is Superimpose. Dandy Andy is the first to crack, and the New Zealander, Our Poetic Prince, fleetingly looked as though he might make a race of it, but Vo Rogue, as he always does, gets his second wind about 100 metres out, and he defies them over the last little bit, and punched out by Cyril Small. Vo Rogue takes his wonderful record to well over $2 million in prize money. Superimpose second, and Our Poetic Prince was third. Vo Rogue, as you know, is on his way to Sydney now to take on Bozam and the international horses in next Saturday's $1 million US Tancred International Stakes. The CUNY Stakes at Flemington yesterday is a Group 2 race for 3-year-old fillies over 1,600 metres, and again we picked them up on the turn, where Pray for Colleen has dashed clear now past the 400 metres mark. Crestkin is in second place, running on well, and then Fly Baby. The horse coming along the inside in the dark blue and green colours is the Tommy Smith trained Sober Dancer, but Pray for Colleen is holding them easily at bay, and ridden hands and heels, Pray for Colleen wins the CUNY Stakes over Sober Dancer. Crestkin hung on to get third, just in front of Fly Baby. Pretty good filly, the winner. That's 4 from 14 starts, and many more wins in store. In Sydney, the Rosehill track was very slow after some heavy overnight rain, and it certainly brought a couple of top horses unstuck, particularly Show County, who simply couldn't handle it. and his winning trot came to an abrupt halt. The first event on the card, the Magic Night Stakes for 2-year-old fillies, and the Jack Denham-trained Fickle Hostess was able to catapult into the Golden Slipper next Saturday. Greg Hall is the rider, and look how she's travelling as they turn for home. She's clear of Colonial Lass. In third place, red sleeves, red cap is Castanets. Further out in the purple colours, Perfect Evening is coming home well, and then Dazzling Flyer. But Greg Hall shakes up the leader, and Fickle Hostess got clear of Colonial Lass, who's getting weary now, and she wants to duck in behind the leader. Perfect Evening and Dazzling Flyer are coming home well, but Fickle Hostess is too good. Perfect Evening second, Dazzling Flyer third. Onto the Pago Stakes, and let's roll straight into it. And Show County, starting at 4-1 on, is simply not handling the going. That's him in front as they turn for home. Now, the horse in the yellow cap and the black sleeves is Strauss Book, who 4 weeks ago was unheard of. He has literally come out of the blue, trained at Rose Hill by Bill Evans, ridden by Neil Campton, who won the Golden Slipper 21 years ago on Royal Palmer. Now, sure, Strauss Brook's performance may have been flattered by the heavy track, but his trainer Bill Evans tells me he's just as good on a firm track, and he's in the Golden Slipper next week with a very good chance. He scored well, Snowplough ran second, and So Fast was third. Now, the William Inglis Rose Hill Guineas, and the filly Riverina Charm made it the Canterbury Rose Hill Guineas double, and she put up a great performance yesterday because she overcame a severe check in the middle stages. Now, at the moment, look on the extreme right-hand side of your screen. She has dark blue sleeves and a white spotted cap, and she's starting to put in her run under Ron Quinton's vigorous riding. Our Kroner is the leader over Liverstone Lane, but here comes Riverina Charm, and further out is the peculiar style of the English jockey Pat Edery on Power of Destiny. But Riverina Charm is too good and beat Power of Destiny with our Kroner in third place. Wonder Dancer was a close fourth, and Robert Sangster part owns the first, second and fourth place getters in yesterday's Rose Hill Guineas. Now the George Ryder Stakes. We've seen few better mud runners over the years than Wong, who absolutely revels in this rain-affected ground, and he turns for home in front. I think Flotilla's backers were on good terms with themselves as he threw down the gauntlet to Wong. Now, the horse with the baldy face and the dark blue cap is the favourite Campaign King, who wasn't comfortable in the going, and he's well and truly struggling. Wong, though, under vigorous riding from Nigel Tiley, flatly refuses to surrender. Flotilla looked like beating him 14 times in the straight, but right on the line, Wong was going as well as he was. Now, did you notice the old horse rattling home into third place at odds of 250 to 1? The 1987 Melbourne Cup winner, Kenzai, and he proved that he's back to somewhere near his best form, and he'll be having another crack at the Melbourne Cup this year. Race 7. The Mannion Cup at Rose Hill yesterday, and the visiting English jockey Pat Edery scored a very good win on Concordance, and it won't be hard to pick him out. Now look at the head-bobbing style of Edery as he comes through between these two leaders in the orange cap on Concordance, and he takes the lead from one of the international gallopers, Top Class, in the dark blue colours. Now watch the way Top Class fights back after being headed by Concordance, and they're well clear of Regal Shalar. Concordance a neck in front and beat Top Class by that margin, and Regal Shalar was in third place. Now Concordance's win made it win $5,000 for the champion trainer Colin Hayes, who yesterday elected to go to the meeting at Flemington. His son David saddled up Concordance, but it was a great milestone in a wonderful career for champion trainer Colin Hayes, and we extend congratulations to him. Now the runner-up, Top Class, is trained by Clive Britton at Newmarket in England. He's here for next Saturday's Tancred Stakes. I believe he came out of the race very well yesterday, and he's going to add further spice to what is destined to be a race worthy of going a long way to see next Saturday. It may well overshadow the Golden Slipper Stakes. Bozam, Bow Rogue, Top Class, Almarad.
Handy Proverb getting clear. Born to be Queen and Easter. Acumen drew clear at the 200. Handy Proverb pegging him back. It's Acumen, Handy Proverb from Born to be Queen. Acumen and Handy Proverb go to the post together. Handy Proverb doing best and wins the Derby.
I guess that's every horse owner's dream, to win a big race like the $500,000 VRC Derby. The Handy Proverb was sold through the Adelaide Sale Ring for just $7,500. He went on to win over $700,000. But take a look at this. Government House, the horse seen struggling here into second place in a lowly handicap event at Morpheville 2 weeks ago, was purchased in 1985 for $650,000 in New Zealand. According to the breeding experts, he was an exceptional youngster. His older brother was 1982 Melbourne Cup winner Gurners Lane, Conqueror of the mighty Kingston Town, one of only 7 horses to complete the Caulfield Cup Melbourne Cup double, and Australia's Horse of the Year in 1982. He's also a full brother to VRC Derby winner Sovereign Red and good mare Tri-Shell, but being part of a royal family has done nothing for Government House. Now a 5-year-old Government House has won just one race for $15,000 in prize money. One of Australia's best trainers, Colin Hayes, shaped his early career, but after an injury setback, he was recently sold to bush trainer John LaBarge for just $1,000.
Very few people can afford it to pay $650,000 for the horse. So in our case, now for $1,000 he can, even if the horse wasn't sound, he's still worth that money, even just to look at him in the stable.
Yearling sales, not only here in Australia but around the world, are considered 4-legged lotteries. Some will get lucky, but most won't.
Obviously the risks are high, but then when the risks are high, when you do get that good one, the rewards are great. And it is a great industry. It's a worldwide industry. It's a unique industry because of its rewards for Joe Blow off the street and the kings and queens. Obviously it's the sport of kings.
This youngster caused quite a storm last year when he became Australia's first $1 million yearling. Sure, he is a striking example of horseflesh, but no more appealing than Government House was when he went through the sale ring. Let's hope for his owners that he runs a little better than Government House.
And a lot of the best performed brood mares have been out and out champions on the racetrack, haven't done anything as a broodmare. They just haven't left decent winners. And then you'll get others that haven't even raced that'll throw a champion. So there's no real pattern to it. No real pattern at all.
But don't for a minute think that our yearlings are overpriced. The most expensive horse ever imported into Australia, the European-bred Orthal, had a $7.3 million price tag on his head even before he'd been taught to run. He's won just over $500,000. But it's not all doom and gloom. Take a look at New Zealand star Bone Crusher. Almost $2 million in stakes, a winner of the Cox Plate and Australia Cup. He was purchased for just $5,000. Then there was Manikato, considered by many as one of the finest sprinters to ever grace the turf. He could only fetch $3,500 in the sale ring. He also went on to be a millionaire. And what of Rubiton, the South Australian champion once described as the best horse in the world? Sold for $40,000 here in Adelaide, he has returned his purchase price many times over and now is valued at $4 million. So is there a key to finding that pot of gold in the sale ring?
If there was a key, John, I wouldn't be here. I'd be owning the best horse in Australia. No, I don't think there is. Certainly you reduce the odds. The big buyers, the Hayes and the Cummings and the Smiths of this world and the Chapmans, they, by buying the best horses, obviously there's a demand for them and most people think they're the best chance. So you do reduce the odds, but there's no guarantee.
Once the pedigree is very good and the prices are very high, I reckon you have got something in your favour. Then you need the luck, then you need a good trainer. Let's hope that the horse is going to come to the first preparation.
There's hardly ever a perfect horse. They've all got legs that are turned in one way or another, or open knees, and faults of one thing or another. Like cars, you can hardly ever find 2 cars the same with the same vintage, can you? And it gets down to your own little likes and dislikes, your peculiarities, that something might worry you. As soon as you see that on a horse, you'll say, well, that's it, I don't want that one, and you walk along to the next one. So there's a lot of luck in it, a lot of good judgment on occasions too.
There always is the gamble in racing, and that's just part of the excitement of racing, I feel.
You just try and improve your chances by, making sure their legs are reasonably correct and there's, no real outstanding faults. Sometimes they don't make the racetrack either, but it just improves your chances, and that's what everybody tries to do, and that's where the better yearlings come into.
Now, if we haven't confused you enough and you still intend heading for the sale ring with money in one hand and a healthy dose of optimism in the other, it may be worth mentioning that one of Australia's most astute judges of horseflesh, master trainer Colin Hayes, once said that finding the right yearling was 10% good judgment and 90% luck. John Casey reporting for Sports World.
Well, it's been a great month of racing, not just on the racetrack, but on the trotting track as well. As we say good morning to Dave Christensen in Perth. And Dave, what a wonderful Inter-Dominion series.
And it certainly was, but gee, you have to feel sorry for Vin Knight, the champion Victorian reinsman. Again, a case of second time unlucky. He again made the wrong choice of which horse to drive for Australia's richest harness race. Of course, the Inter-Dominions completed here on Friday night. But for his stable foreman Scott Stewart, who was given the winning drive on Jody's Babe, it was really a dream come true. A major race winner at the relatively tender age of just 21.
big crowd turned out on the course, and the parochial locals were hoping to see Village Kid break the magic $2 million mark and set a world record for stake earnings. Surprisingly, trainer Bill Horn wasn't even nervous.
No, Rick, I'm definitely not, and that's no kid stakes.
Do you think that tonight the crowd's going to spur him on?
Yeah, no risk, no risk. I'd go as far as to say conservative 95% of the people up there will be barracking for him.
And while the punters rallied to back the kid, champion Victorian reinsman Vin Knight was pondering his choice of drive. Now, last year you pulled a rein and you pulled the wrong one. Do you think you might have done that this year?
I've probably done the same thing, but, you know, they're both out there and I've got to pick one to drive, and I don't necessarily have to pick the winner. I know that sounds strange, or what are you talking about, but I'm driving a nice horse, and but she's a nice mare. With the run of the race, she will get the money.
For stable foreman Scott Stewart, this was the opportunity of a lifetime. At 21, a chance to drive in an Inter-Dominion final. And ironically, this would be his first drive in the series. Scott, are you a little bit nervous about this race tonight?
Yeah, for sure. You're not human if you don't get nervous, are you? It's a big thrill to just to have a drive in a race like this, and on a horse that's got a good show too. Makes it all worthwhile.
To the race now, and the start would be crucial, with the kid drawing awkwardly at barrier 10.
It's going to be a hectic battle for the lead as they race out of the straight. My current account goes through on the inside to head off Jody's Babe. Our Maestro 3 wide, Village Kid 4 wide, trying to get around Our Maestro, but Knight's going forward with him. Back on the fence, Kylie's Hero in between horses, Parvo. Lewis restraining now on Village Kid, dashing up behind him. Back on the fence, Nick Along Shadow from Luxury Liner. 4 lengths further back, Rollier, and 6 lengths back behind him, Rivoli Jack down the back, and a great burst of speed by Our Maestro. He's taken over the running, Our Maestro. Village Kid has gone up into second spot, but has done a power of work in the early part.
In the last lap, the kid appears beaten as Our Maestro sprints and looks the winner. But in the perfect spot is young Scott Stewart and Jody's Babe.
On Village Kid, back on the inside, my current account, that section in 28.4. They're flying along in front of Our Maestro by a length to Village Kid. Village Kid under the whip from Lewis in the past the 250-metre mark. My current account on the inside, Jody's Babe hooking out 3 wide. Parvo's out 4 wide, but a long way from the leader now. Our Maestro straightens with 150 to go. Leads by a length and a half, Village Kid. Jody's Babe down the outside. The whips are out of Our Maestro. Jody's Babe on the outside, getting deep. Jody's Babe is running up on the outside. Jody's Babe beats Our Maestro by a long head.
So for the second year running, Vin Knight makes the wrong choice and comes off second best. But like a true sportsman, he's the first to congratulate his young protege. And the local crowd warmed to the fairy tale win of young Scott. Scotty, a dream come true?
Yeah, mate. Yeah, unbelievable.
How do you feel right at this moment?
Sort of hard to explain, you know. It's unreal. Top of the planet.
You've beaten the boss?
Yeah. I've done it a couple of times, but, you know, in this race, it's just unreal.
Is this the best night of your life?
The best night ever.
Outwardly, it was all celebrations in the winning camp, but there was a hiccup or two as the part owners fought to have their photograph taken with the horse. Away from all the action and the spotlight was Vin Knight, reflecting on his loss for the second year in a row.
Yeah, probably a bigger thrill for him being 21. He wouldn't realise what's hit him, you know. He's a good kid, he deserves it. The family's a good family. His brother worked for me for 5 years and got killed in a car accident. Was a champion kid, taught him everything I knew, and he was ready to go out on his own, you know. Good family, and I'm very, very proud of him.
So in the end, it was a fairy tale result. Vin Knight gives the winning drive to the most inexperienced driver in the race, Scott Stewart. This has been Rick Withers at Gloucester Park for Sports World.
And in fact, it was a very good drive by Scotty Stewart. But
a little earlier on in the show today, well, he just made no bones about the fact that he would be having a very big night in Sydney last night after yet another big race victory. He is more of a freak of an owner, isn't he? He just keeps buying great horses. And the current journalist that I'm referring to is our own Bart Sinclair, who was down there for Golden Slipper Day, yet hasn't quite made it back to Brisbane, although he did say that last week that he'd probably be looking at the Harbour Bridge through hazy eyes this morning. Barton, very best of luck, and we'll welcome you back into town whenever you make it, maybe Thursday next week or something. Let's go, we'll have the Golden Slipper for you shortly, but let's go on to Brisbane firstly. Venue Doomben yesterday. And Brian York, of course, missed the ride on Stylish Century in rather controversial circumstances in the slipper, but made up for it yesterday with a winning treble. But firstly, let's go to race 4 and an upset here. Don't Play, the odds-on favourite, beaten by Desolante.
From there, he's back behind a wall of horses, and then Urbane on the inside as they straighten up. Desolante kicked away from them, leads by a couple of lengths. Don't Play having a lot of trouble trying to get into the clear. Tiny's Glow in second place, then James Tradition. Don't Play getting out now. He's coming after Desolante. Desolante still 2 lengths in front of Don't Play and Tiny's Glow. Desolante in front. He's starting to stop. Don't Play's flashing at him on the outside. Don't Play coming home over the top of him. They hit it. Boy, it's tight. Very close.
Yes, Desolante getting the money there onto race 6 now, second leg of the treble yesterday, and this is the second of Brian York's winners yesterday, and the punters were on the mark. Even money favourite taking the bickies here out today with York aboard at even money.
Starting to go forward, Mike's Gal on the outside, then Bon Moore and Eyes of Fashion out today, the leader as they flatten for the run-in. She got away from them to lead by a length and a half. Bon Moore's going okay, but he can't get a crack at them. Brilliant Vista on the outside, then Himalaya Flyer and Dawn's Luck. Now he goes full bore on out today. She's about a length and a half in front of Brilliant Vista. Bon Moore still can't get a crack at them. The filly's in front, drawing to the line, and she's going to be too good for them. Out today scores by a length and a half. Bon Moore second, third Brilliant Vista, then Dawn's Luck.
The third of Brian York's treble was in the next Baghdad Boy getting the money there, and he really was the punter's pin-up boy yesterday, right, coming home on 3 favourites. The last, this is the final leg of the treble, Spot the Rock, another favourite, so they finished with 3 favourites, the punters yesterday, much to the bookies' woe.
Then move closer, Captain Kane, Little Jules out Beaujolais, then Casino Express and Meadow Sparrow on the outside. Spot the Rock, he sprinted to the lead, 250 metres to go. He got away from them to lead by a length and a half. Now Haley's Orbit is coming up to Spot the Rock. Westbrook Way is gone. Captain Kane boxing on gamely, but he goes for home now on Spot the Rock, and away he goes. He's got them beaten. Spot the Rock's too good, and that's 5 out of 5 for him. Spot the Rock first, second Haley's Orbit, third.
Turf Spotlight, obviously, yesterday down in Sydney, running of the Tooheys Golden Slipper, $1.65 million in prize money, and taking the lion's share of that was Quartzar. Let's pick up the slipper from the head.
Likewise, Mark's Gain and Show County is the early leader from Saloon Rule. Mercury Courts are up there with Paris Opera, and getting up on the inside, Sculpture Dodge, around them a Little Kiss, and then Stylish Century. Ling Sunshine Sally, followed closely by Fickle Hostess Momentaire, or the Queenslander Copter, Pratt Stylish Century, then Strasbrook and Always Dapper, Perfect Evening, and Mark's Gain is last. On to the side of the 700. Saloon Rule is the leader, a half length clear now. Second placing is Show County, Swinging Minstrel third, a length of Sculptured Arch, and then comes Paris Opera, followed by a Little Kiss. Sunshine Sally the inside, 1 quarter Fickle Hostess, Always Dapper, a length further back Momentaire, and then comes Stylish Century, followed by Strasbrook. Perfect Evening. Mercury's dropped out to last, and the third last is Mark's Gain. In the straight, 350 to go. Saloon Rule and Show County in front. From on the inside, Fickle Hostess, and then Paris Opera, and here comes Quartzar at the 200. Show County in front. On the outside, Quartzar is bridging the gap, then Paris Opera, but Quartzar races to the lead. Paris Opera and Show County battle on, but it's all the Melbourne filly Quartzar, and Quartzar wins the Golden Slipper from Paris Opera. Show County...
Great ride by Shane Dye, and I tend to agree with John Harker's sentiments earlier on in the show that they could run that race in those conditions 10 times over and we'd have the same winner. Champion filly Quartzar, and is going to make your owner, Nick Collum, a lot of money over the next few years, I would imagine. Okay, race 5, disappointment in the slipper for Mick Dittman with Mercury, who finished well back in the field, but got the money in the next in the Storm Queen Stakes on Research after surviving a protest second against first.
Research taken to the extreme outside, and she's coming quickly around the corner past the 400, and Quarterlister is the leader from Paris Weekend. Research down the centre of the track, putting in the long strides now. Quarterlister grabbed by Research, and then Salas Opera on the inner. It's Research ahead in front of Quarterlister. Salas Opera the inside, and 2 to Astro Air. Research in front, Quarterlister second, and then Salas Opera, but it's Research the leader, and Research will win the Storm Queen. Didn't want to get to the line genuinely, but she's won it.
Next up, the other feature race on the program at Rosehill yesterday, the Tancred International. Our Poetic Prince became the highest stakes money winner in Australasian racing history. The Cox Plate winner did it in style, although the victory could have been a touch hollow with the late scratching yesterday of the mighty Bozam.
and Top Class about 3 lengths on Our Poetic Prince, going after him now. A length the Summer Trip and Apollo Run, and then Lord Reams, 250 out. Swinburne pulls the whip on Top Class. Our Poetic Prince might have him covered. Yes, he has, and Our Poetic Prince raced away, and the New Zealanders got the Tancred International well won. Top Class second, although on the inside Top Class is fighting back, but he's not going to make the grade. Our Poetic Prince is holding him, and as they reach the line, it's Our Poetic.
As I said, the $1 million US up for grabs yesterday. They're taking Our Poetic Prince's stake earnings now to almost $2.6 million, which is the biggest in Australasian racing history. Okay, race 7 on the program, Rosehill, yesterday. The final leg of the treble goes to John Delar in good fashion.
Steel and Corkage, and 2 lengths to Prince Toranaga. Travelling towards the corner, and Mystical Prince leads the way. Winner's Intent is in second berth, a length to Paris Pride and John Delar. And then Classic Hand and Marimbula Bay heads the others at the 300. And Mystical Prince in front. Winner's Intent on the outside's about a length behind him. And on the outside, Classic Hand running a race. And then John Delar, Marimbula Bay and Paris Pride. They've gone past Mystical Prince. Winner's Intent goes to the lead, but here's John Delar. Lance O'Sullivan dashes the NZ of John Delar away from Winner's Intent and Classic Hand, and John Delar racing away with the Diners Club Cup and wins at 2 lengths. Winners.
The venue, Moonee Valley in Melbourne yesterday, and Darren Gauci decided not to go to Sydney for the big races, stayed in Melbourne. Looks like he pulled the right rein. He rode 3 in a row. Here's the first of them, the Diamond Jubilee Stakes. Boardwalk Angel starting at 13-4.
They're followed by Impulsive Bidder. Memphis Blues has lost its position, and further back than 'tis the season. Pray for Colleen went to the front from Reba Glen up to the bend. Erindale struggling. Getting out now is Boardwalk Angel and English Charm, but Pray for Colleen straightened up about 3/4 a length in front. Coming in at Boardwalk Angel and Reba Glen fighting back, and then Erindale. Pray for Colleen just in front. Boardwalk Angel gets to it. Reba Glen fights back, but Boardwalk Angel in front. Ducks in a little bit. Boardwalk Angel comes on to win. 3/4 on the post. Pray for Colleen. Ahead away third is Reba.
Now look at this one for a never say die effort from both horse and jockey. Bar Landy, long outsider yesterday, up against the odds-on favourite King's High in the Alistair Clark Stakes. Bar Landy had Gauci aboard.
And then Fly Baby from Blazing Sword trying to get out. King's High's raced up to join the leader, but here's Bar Landy coming at the favourite now. Bar Landy raced to King's High, took the lead. They sprinted 3 lengths in front of the Brooklyn Dodger and then Blazing Sword, but Bar Landy in front, a neck in front of on the inside King's High. They settle down to fight it out. Bar Landy a neck clear. King's High comes back. King's High, Bar Landy, stride for stride. Again, he got his nose in front. King's High, Bar Landy lunges at him. They hit the line. Oh, very tight this. King's High and Bar Landy locked together.
Race caller's nightmare, that one. You don't see too many better finishes. Absolutely superb. They just speared away from the rest of the field, Bar Landy and King's High, and eventually it was Gauci getting Bar Landy home by the narrowest of margins. Okay, coming up to the third leg of the treble. This was the one all Queensland eyes were on. Vo Rogue. Could the champ come back from 2,000 metres to 1,200 metres? The answer was no yesterday, but certainly wasn't disgraced, Vo Rogue, in the Stanley Wooden Stakes won by Jet Fighter.
Down. And the leader is Scarlet Bisque by 2 to Jet Fighter, Clay Hero and Groucho. 2 lengths further back, Vo Rogue back there with Startling Lass when they settle down, Vividly going around the outside. Vo Rogue quickly getting away from the fence and improving around the outside, has gone up 4th. 5th the outside, Vividly at the 800, a length and a half now, Groucho. Grandiose 3rd last, 2nd last, Startling Lass and Rigadoon last of all. At the 600 metre mark, and the leader is on the inside, Scarlet Bisque, about a half in front of Jet Fighter. They're followed by Vo Rogue going up to 3rd, 4th Vividly. Clay Hero trying to get out on the inside of Groucho, a length and a half, Grandiose, Startling Lass and Rigadoon. 500 metres to go. Jet Fighter grabs Scarlet Bisque. Vo Rogue's under pressure. Groucho went to 3rd. Clay Hero can't get out, and Vo Rogue is struggling around the turn from Grandiose. He can't win, Vo Rogue, and Jet Fighter took the lead turning. Groucho...
Miss Stevenson's far too good in the run to the line. She's going to win easily. Miss Stevenson first, Tight second and third, Dream Splendor second and Nose...
Race 5 was the Bribey Flying. A lot of punters were tearing up their form guides after the success of Oriander. At her previous start, she finished last in a field of 3 at Stanthorpe, and before that last in a field of 9 at Doomben. But back to her best yesterday, and she really just killed the opposition. She joined in about the 200 metre mark and powered away for a 3.5 lengths victory. My Rhythmic Dancer ran on well for second, and the favourite Solarain battling third, the first run for a few weeks, and I think she will improve. It's Solar Rain sharing the lead as they straighten.
Round on the outside of Lord Penn, then Gypsy Rogue and James Tradition. They straighten up, 450 metres to go. Solar Rain the first ahead for the judge, leads by a length on Star of Luskin. Oriander pulled to the outside, running on gamely, then My Rhythmic Dancer, Vain Royale and Tiger Hayes. Oriander dashed up to Solar Rain and took the lead. They've got 250 to go. Oriander in front of Solar Rain. They're clear of My Rhythmic Dancer, Tiger Hayes and then Don't Play. But Oriander, she slipped away from them with 100 metres to go and she's got them. It's Oriander steaming away from them in the run to the post. She's going to win it easily. Oriander first, My Rhythmic Dancer second, Solar Rain.
Incidentally, a big day for Mike Kerr yesterday, winning treble at Eagle Farm. He handled Oriander in fine style there for an easy victory, and unfortunately had to stand down from the last couple of races with an injured back, but I'm sure it would be feeling a little better this morning with those 3 wins under the belt. Race 7 went to Calgary Stampede, another one for the bookies, starting at 16 to 1. He cleared out before the turn. Jeff Penza took off before the 600 metres in a race-winning move. Majestic Sound getting into second spot, but couldn't make much ground on the leader.
And Luskin Court now coming to the outside with Lake Ross. Can they catch Calgary Stampede? He's still well cleared, 250 metres to go. He's getting anxious on him now, and he's going up and down in the one spot. Calgary Stampede, the leader, 3 in front of Majestic Sound, then Luskin Court and Lake Ross. Calgary Stampede in front. He's holding them at the moment. Yes, he's going to score. It's Calgary Stampede, still 3 in front of Majestic Sound. They can't catch him. And Calgary Stampede has led all of the way to score. Calgary Stampede.
Now we're going to switch to Sydney. It was Derby Day at Randwick yesterday, and it was Mick Dittman and the Bonnie Filly Research, too good for the Colts and Geldings. Research normally races off the speed, but Dittman summed up the situation very quickly in the first 100 metres when there was no pace on. He let Research slide to the lead. She travelled beautifully in front and was never seriously challenged, even though she did race a little awkwardly at some stages in the straight. She went on to score decisively, and it seems at this stage that she's the early pick for the Melbourne Cup. I know that's a long way off, but certainly her form as a 3-year-old has been outstanding. She took out the VRC Oaks and now the Derby. She's in yellow colours, drawn around about 3-4 in from the outside. Dittman just lets her work across the face of the field.
Nicely, and so was our Krona, followed by Royal Pardon and then War Force and Semitis. Now Research in front of the judge, about a length. Second is High God, War Force wide out, our Krona getting up on the inner, Semitis deep. Followed by Livingstone Lane, then Pabulum, Royal Pardon back on the inside. A little bit of tightening on the turn out of the straight, and then Brooklyn Dodger, followed by Mr. Brooker. And last of all is Power of Destiny. Past the 1900, and Research makes play. About a length on Sir Midas. Third is War Force, our Krona on the inside, and then High God. Followed by Pabulum on the inside is Royal Pardon, then Livingstone Lane from Brooklyn Dodger. Mr. Brooker on the inside is second last, and last Power of Destiny. Only a slow pace in the Derby going towards the 1600 crossing, and the pilot is Research, about a half length on Sir Midas, pulling hard. He's got his mouth wide open. Our Krona is third, and then comes High God in the middle, and War Force out 3 deep, a length Royal Pardon on the rail. Then Pabulum followed in the centre by Mr. Brooker, a couple Livingstone Lane. Power of Destiny on the inside, second last, and Brooklyn Dodger brings up the rear. 10 lengths between first and last in the Derby down the back, and racing to the halfway at the 1200. And Research a half length on Semitis. On the rails is our Krona, followed by War Force, High God. A length the Royal Pardon, and then comes Pabulum, and another length and a half Mr. Brooker, followed by Power of Destiny on the inside of Livingstone Lane, and Wonder Brooklyn Dodger. Still no change as they swing the corner at the 950, and the filly, Research, a half Semitis. Tiley taking off on Pabulum now, followed by War Force, our Krona, Royal Pardon. High God 3 wide, 1 further back is Mr. Brooker, then Power of Destiny. Livingstone Lane is second last, and Brooklyn Dodger's last. Research a half length on Pabulum as they race to the 650. Our Krona third, Sir Midas the outside. Wonder War Force a length, Royal Pardon locked away. High God tending to yield ground, then Power of Destiny, Mr. Brooker. 2 to Livingstone Lane, and last is Brooklyn Dodger. They're homeward bound of the Derby, and Dittman allows the filly Rain Research, and she raced by more than 2 lengths now. War Force second, and then comes our Krona and Royal Pardon at the 250, and he has a quick peep. Mick Dittman on Research, a length and a half the break on Royal Pardon, battling on, but Research about a length and 3/4 and holding Royal Pardon, and our Krona. Power of Destiny runs home well, but it's all Research, and it's an all-the-way win to the filly. Research has won the Tui's AJC Derby from Royal Pardon and Power of Destiny.
Well, the ease of Research's win left no excuses for the beaten brigade, and it's very easy to wrap a winning jockey. Certainly Mick Dittman was dashing in the early stages there to take over the role of pacemaker, but the effort of Larry Olsen on the runner-up Royal Pardon was equally good. I think he's an outstanding rider over ground. Now the Doncaster, you won't see a better finish in anything, in particular big races, a race caller's nightmare. Marimbula Bay just getting there from the fast finishing Tajara and Lygon Arms.
For the run through, and then Bold Sea, Lygon Arms, Marimbula Bay and Bowie on the outside as they race to the 250, and Mystical Prince race past the stablemate Wong. Flotilla the inside, and then Bowie, Bold Sea and Marimbula Bay. Mystical Prince the leader at the 120. Mystical Prince about a length on Bowie. Marimbula Bay, Lygon Arms is absolutely flying. Lygon Arms racing through the centre with Marimbula Bay and Tajara the outside. Wow, what a finish we've got.
I think we better show you that again, and we'll do it in slow motion as well, because a tremendous finish to the Doncaster, and it was Ken Russell carrying the day. Now he's in lime green colours. At this stage it's Mystical Prince in the yellow in front. Marimbula Bay's working at him. Directly on the inside of Marimbula Bay is Lygon Arms, who momentarily hit the lead and appeared certain to score. He died on his run. Marimbula Bay kicked strongly, and down the outside with giant strides is Tajara, who surely would have won in another bound, so quickly was she coming. There you can see it's clearly evident there that Lygon Arms in front. Marimbula Bay kicks right on the line, and Tajara on the outside with giant strides, just missing out. And Shane Dye, the rider of Tajara, wasn't too pleased about that, because he knocked back the ride on the winner, Marimbula Bay. Good luck to Ken Russell. Race 7, some nice bets landed on the Melbourne-trained Nanutara, who joined in about the 200-metre mark, went to the post strongly. 7s into 4s at the bookies lamenting.
50 and Voodoo, Hoodoo and Daisy will lead. McGinty's Crown under pressure. Mint Machine joining in flight schedule, trying to get through. And at the head of the others, Nanutara, followed by Record Dash, and then Gull Mason, Southern Sweep. He's making heavy weather of it at the 200, and Nanutara goes to the lead now. Nanutara kicked away from Mint Machine, Gull Mason, flight schedule, Southern Sweep running an inglorious race, but Nanutara will bolt in here, and Nanutara full of running by 2 lengths. Second is Mint Machine, third flight schedule, and then...
Now to Melbourne, Caulfield yesterday. First leg of the treble down there was race 4, all the way to Gary Willits on Tight Ruler. Just before the turn he appeared to be under a bit of pressure, but he kicked well as they rounded the corner and was able to hold off Ultravite by a long neck.
Call Old Acquaintance well back in the field is noted up to the home turn. Back there with it is Historic as they come up to the home corner. On the bend, the leader Tight Ruler about a half in front of Melrig Ultravite, and then Civic Hope under pressure. Real Version on the outside of Latin Rhythm, then Prince Elite, Vesta, Brogue, Old Acquaintance, Clarion Call. Duke Abbey well back with Poe, Toy, Historic and Noted. In the straight, Tight Ruler kicked a length and a half in front now of Ultravite on the outside, going after but ducking in. 2 lengths further back, Melrick. Then Civic Hope, and further back, Real Version. It's Tight Ruler in front with about 100 to go. A neck in front of Ultravite on the outside, starting to bridge the gap. Tight Ruler, a neck in front of Ultravite. A double coming up for Willits, and Tight Ruler by a neck to Ultravite. 2 to Latin.
Race 5, the Victoria Handicap, went to Isle, storming down the centre of the track to defeat Hazy Pond and Jet Fighter, who battled on pretty well. He's a game old campaigner, but it was Isle with a well-timed run, eventually scoring by just under a length.
In that pack, then Foamy Ocean, Reaver, Gleam, Island, further back, Able Sun and Searchers last for home. Trista Plain is first for home now, a length and a half to Jet Fighter. Hazy Pond moving up quickly. Vitalix off the track, and then Melody hit behind them. Jet Fighter goes up to Trista Plain, 250 out. Hazy Pond further out. Bronze Knight trying to get clear, and then Lonely Dreamer. Jet Fighter put its head in front now from Hazy Pond. Bronze Knight trying to push between them. Isle coming late down the outside. Hazy Pond got to the front. Isle is coming over the top of them on the outside. Isle finishing quickly, and Isle will get up and win. Isle 3/4 to Hazy Pond. Jet Fighter.
And race 7 from Caulfield went to the former Queenslander Bic Pella, who's certainly been in good form. He was momentarily held up for run just after they straightened, but once he got into the clear, he went to the post very generously. You'll notice him in distinctive pink colours, and once he does get into the clear, he works home strongly.
Full offence, a length and a half, Bosley and Marabou's Phantom. Kingston Heritage out wide with Salton. Vic Pella's back on the inside when they turn from Ascent of Man. In the straight, they race Glacier Peak on the outside. Glad full offence. Vic Pella starting to weave his way through, and down the outside, Salton. Glacier Peak took the lead now. Vic Pella getting onto the outside, and they're followed by Salton from Gladful. Big Fella after Glacier Peak. Glacier Peak in front. Big Fella finishing over the top of it, going home better. And Big Fella moved up on the outside. He got up to win, Big Fella. A good effort by the favourite. A long head to Glacier.
Well, that's our racing wrap from yesterday, but we're going to highlight a couple of runs, one in Brisbane, one in Sydney, of horses I think you should follow, particularly coming towards the Brisbane Winter Carnival. In race 6 in Brisbane, it was Coal Diesel, and we'll show you the action in the straight. A very determined effort. He appeared in some trouble here. Fun Gold over on the inside looked to have pinched a winning break, but Coal Diesel, the grey and the yellow colours, this wouldn't be denied. There's some improvement in this lightly raced 3-year-old because he's had a couple of setbacks, and good effort there by King of the Galaxy into third. But Coal Diesel definitely one to follow, and the effort of the third one there I think worthy of merit. Now to Sydney, and former New Zealander out of the great mare Leilani, Dusky Sound, ridden by Mick Dittman. Now he's very green, he's in about 6th spot and apparently struggling. Once Dittman balances him up and gets to work with whip, see how quickly he picks them up, and he's being touted as a likely 4X Cup hope at Doomben this winter. It's very impressive the way he went to the line, and it looks like there's a fair bit of improvement there, and he's, I think, going to be suited when he gets over a little bit more ground. Of course, the action continues in 3 states tomorrow, but particularly in Sydney, where it's Queen Elizabeth Stakes Day, the highlight of the second day of the Randwick Carnival. And John Harker previews the big race and talks to John Marshall.
The huge crowd at Randwick last Saturday was a mite disappointed at the absence of Beau Zam. Without him, the Tancred lost much of its glamour.
He has, and our Poetic Prince raced away, and the New Zealanders got the Tancred International well won. Top class second, although on the inside top class is fighting back, but he's not going to make the grade. Our Poetic Prince is holding him.
How disappointed were you last week?
Well, racing sort of conditions you to a lot of disappointments, but certainly that'll have to be one of the major ones, without a doubt.
He is the champion, though, and it's probably more so when a champion gets pulled out.
Certainly, you know, he's got a few knockers, and they all claim he, you know, only good in the wet and all this, but in my mind, he's a champion, no doubt.
On Thursday at Randwick, the champ dispelled any doubts over his fitness with race jockey John Marshall on board. He put in an impressive gallop. The two are now set for tomorrow's Queen Elizabeth Stakes.
I was most pleased with how he straight out the last furlong, and naturally there's a little bit of fitness query, missing a bit of work, but he felt excellent this morning.
There is still talk that Beau Zam may be taken to Paris for the Arc de Triomphe. If he is, Marshall would love to be aboard.
You know, I think he'd be very competitive in the race, so the conditions would
Sydney Cup, very murky and very heavy, and well, I guess someone earned something. They went around, but it was very difficult for the punters. Here they come in the 4th. We pick up the action here. Tumble On, one in from the inside runner, Boasting. Tumble On, the baldy-faced horse. He's too good for Boasting.
Guy getting desperate on Boasting. Tumble On holding him at the moment, and 2 Lily Antoinette, Nova Edition, not doing enough at the distance and past it. Tumble On nicely clear. He's looking for his second successive hallmark, and he's going to get it. Boasting second, followed by Lily Antoinette. Nova Edition not handling the ground, but Tumble On comes away. And Tumble On the line. And
well, Sydney Cup, 3,200 metres. It must have seemed like 5,200 metres to some of these horses and riders. Very weary at the finish. They skirted near the outside fence most of the way. Palace Revolt, the winner, is in the lime green, going up on the outside of the eventual runner-up, Kosh King, and draws away. And have a look at them. They're like Brown's cows behind Palace Revolt.
Spyglass and Zamakima, but Palace Revolt's race clear. And Palace Revolt down to the 200 metres, raced away. Palace Revolt and Kevin Moses. From the Neville Begg stable, Palace Revolt has the Sydney Cup well won. 6 lengths on Kosh King, followed by Regal Shalar. But Palace Revolt, number 18, wins the Cup. Palace Revolt first, 6 lengths in advance of...
The Frank Packer Plate is traditionally consolation for some of those who missed out in the big 3-year-old races, and that's how it proved with Royal Pardon from the Bart Cummings stable. Successful here. He is runner-up in the Derby. Now he's the grey horse in the green and gold colours from the Cummings stable. Larry Olsen just hands and heels on him. He draws way to defeat Outgunned, and Royal Pardon now headed for Queensland.
Down to the 200 metres, and Royal Pardon raced away from Outgun. Followed in 3rd place by Quarterlister, then Gold Mace, but Royal Pardon, by golly, Mum would be proud of him. Emancipation, and Royal Pardon's about 2 lengths on Outgun, followed by Gold Mace and Quarterlister, and Royal Pardon a very good win.
Well, Card Shark took out the Prime Minister's Cup at the Gold Coast last year, and that's the race he's headed for again following his success in the all-age stakes. You can see that he skirts around the centre of the track while most of these other jockeys went deeper before the turn. Saved a bit of ground there and held off flight scheduled, although getting weary near the line, Card Shark.
Fighting back. then Flight Schedule, and Flotilla won't go on, and Bozam is at the head of the others. From Lygon Arms, Card Shark still the leader. Wong trying his heart out. Card Shark still in front. Flight Schedule the outside. Card Shark tired. Flight Schedule trying to get him. Card Shark stopping. He's going to have enough in hand. He bored out, but he wins.
Well, that was one winner getting tired, Card Shark. But have a look at the final event. Mystical Prince, he had about a 7 or 8 lengths advantage as they passed the 200 metres. On the line, he was able to scrape home by less than a length from his stablemate, Mighty Willem, and he really had the wobbles the last 50.
And then comes What a Life. Lord Valrigo's dropped off, but Mystical Prince coasting down to the 250 with a lead big enough to win a Melbourne Cup. Mighty Willem's gone into second place, and Jem's Toy and Rajamara next. Mystical Prince in front, 120 to go. Mighty Willem in second place, battling on courageously. Mystical Prince can hardly pick its feet up. Mighty Willem trying in vain. He's not going to make the grade, and then Bravery flying, but Mystical Prince wins the money.
Good effort there by the third place getter, Bravery, under 57 kilos. We'll switch now to the reasonably dry track in Melbourne, a dead surface for Flemington. First leg of the treble down there, race 4, went to Erindale, confidently ridden by Gary Clark, moving up in the bluish colours on the outside of the leaders, and she goes to the post quite generously.
Down to the 400-metre mark, Erindale quickly got up to Harrapin Jaya. It's going a lot better than Harrapin Jaya. Dalgan about to join in. Tristaplane trying to get out from the pocket. Erindale, and on the outside, Dalgan. Tristaplane trying to get clear, and Harrapin Jaya back in the rail. Erindale took the lead, 150 out now from Harrapin Jaya. Here's Narizzi from a long way back, then Dalgan, but down on the weights today, and Erindale too good. And Erindale gets the money by 3/4. Please yourself.
Race 5 went to Light Show, who's now likely to head to Adelaide and the Goodwood Handicap on May the 13th. He's the grey horse, prominent as they turn for home, and goes to the line strongly to defeat the pacemaker Lonely Dreamer. Cameronic a solid third.
Off the lead with Bronze Knight, Deep Darkness and Century Judge. Down to the 350 in the leader, Lonely Dreamer, a length and a half. Light Show. A length into Cameronic, starting to come home well from Bonded. Then Crust still trying to get clear from Lord Scotia, who can't win from there, I wouldn't say. Lonely Dreamer in front. Light Show and Cameronic are coming out after, but Lonely Dreamer still about 3/4 in front of Light Show and Cameronic. Lonely Dreamer getting tired. Light Show grabs it on the post and beats it. Light Show and neck on
the 3-year-old Isle has been going great guns in recent weeks, and he continued that form yesterday, taking out race 7. Now, he's a chance to come to Brisbane. The connections will have to decide between the Goodwood and the Rothmans 100,000, both on May the 13th. Hopefully he'll come north because he looks a very smart prospect. He's the horse in yellow and black colours, the widest runner, and he really storms home.
Now Elite Show trying to get to Plush Embassy. Night Beat and further out as Isle starting to gather them in. And Incarus trying to get a run, but at the 150, and the favourite Isle swept up on the outside, grabbed Plush Embassy. Flamenco King with a late run, but the top weight Isle sprinted to the front. Oh, he's a good galloper, Isle. He's raced a length and a half in front. Incarus down, but Isle's holding Flamenco King, coming home well. But Isle gets the money, a half-length Flamenco King, third Plush Embassy.
Good effort also by the runner-up Flamenco.
400 mark. Heavy Harry won't be hard to see. He's a flashy chestnut with a baldy face, and he's in front. Keen on Me in the stripes with the red cap. The grey horse
in the Powers Bitter Classic.
Banoon Dundee and Super Mover at the head of the other.
Conditions. I think another shower would have promoted.
Almost certainly looked beaten as the grey hasty departure on the for a stride, but look at Heavy Harry fighting back.
Everywhere for a run. Big Grand's over on the inside.
Like about that win by Heavy Harry, who fought back to beat Hasty.
They straighten up now, 400 metres to go.
The winner is trained by that genius, by the former very good galloper Beat Cheval. In fact, it's Cheval was in Sydney.
Played again to divert and the
master handicap, and he's certainly passing on that tenacity to his progeny.
And he coming quickly. Heavenly Knight.
To now looking fitter than ever.
Well, thanks, John. I've been called every night.
Heavenly Knight dashed up on the inside.
Race 5 was the Flying. It was an eventful race, and plenty of action in the stewards' room later. Several riders suspended, including the winning jockey Jeff Penzer, who handled Picard well. He's outside the leader as they straighten, kicks away with a good break and holds off Beat That and Rusty Sand. Don't play the favourite, heavily backed favourite. There were some people thought he should win. Now he drops the rider, Glenn Boss, dropped the whip just there.
Up ground is Rusty Sam. Picard sprinted to the front. They've got 300 metres to go. He's nicely clear, Picard. He's 2 lengths in front. Don't Play starting to hit top gear on the outside, and Beat That is making up ground there. Mr. Kingston Lane and Rusty Sand. Picard is still in front. Don't Play is starting to run him down, and Beat That's flying on the outside. Picard is in front, leading by a length. Beat That can't reach him. Picard first.
Picard's beat that third. Maybe Rusty Sand just...
Show the slow-mo of the final stages, and you be the judge. Don't play without the whip. He certainly had his chance to run down Picard in the straight. It's just problematical of how much extra he would have found under the whip, and we'll pick them up just inside the 200-metre mark. Picard was clear, and Beat That was storming home out wide. Now, his rider, Doug Messingham, was outed also for causing interference. This is the slow-mo of race 5, the flying, and Jeff Penza clear on Picard. Now, Beat That is on the outside. He's running on well. Don't play one in from Beat That. Now, he appears to be, he certainly has plenty of galloping room, and it's just a matter of how much he would have found under the whip. Rusty Sand running on strongly over on the inside claims third. Picard clear, and his form has been most consistent. He deserved this victory. And on the outside, Beat That looks as though he could be one to follow at his next run or two here in Brisbane, and Rusty Sand Don't Play just behind him. Race 7, Aces and Kings, a glittering performance yesterday. Plenty of speed on up front. That suited him. He ran on very strongly in a sensational trial, really, for the Southern Cross Classic, the $1 million race coming up at the Gold Coast in May. And if he can stay the 2,200 metres, he's certainly the one they all have to beat at this stage. The favourite, Coal Diesel, disappointing. He's midfield in yellowy and blue colours, and well, he was not the Coal Diesel we saw last start yesterday.
Straight now, 450 out. Red Triumph has kicked strongly. He's a length in front of Stop the Storm coming after him. On the outside, Let Me Dance. Move closer, making up ground. Coal Diesel struggling at the moment. Aces and Kings to the extreme outside is coming with a great run. 200 metres to go. Aces and Kings sprinted up and ran to the lead. He wants to duck in badly again. He's slapping him up with a weapon. He shoots away from the Aces and Kings, and he's going on to score easily. Aces and Kings by 4 lengths. Aces and Kings first, Stop the Storm second, tight third. A photo finish between...
Good effort by Aces and Kings. He's won his only 2 starts this preparation, and it looks as though he's come back a little stronger after a post-summer spell. Randwick, the final day of the Big Autumn Carnival yesterday, and unfortunately it had another dead track, but certainly better conditions than they've had in the earlier meetings. Race 4, the first leg of the treble down there, went to Record Dash, who led throughout, well handled by apprentice Matt Bravado, who earned big raps from his boss Tommy Smith, and he scored here. Impenta had his chance to run down Record Dash.
The home corner, a length, Salutations. Impenta on the rail. 2 then to Smoky Skies, and then He's a Smoothie, and a good gap to Molokai Prince. At the 220, and Record Dash leads the way. Impenta's getting out. Salutations drifting off the track, and a good margin then to He's a Smoothie. The leader is Record Dash. Record Dash at the 100, a length on Impenta, battling on, followed by Salutations. Forget the rest, but it's all Record Dash. And little M. Bravado sends Record Dash right to the line, a convincing winner. Second, Impenta.
Top trainer Bart Cummings probably went to Randwick yesterday thinking he had the Champagne Stakes parcelled up. He had 3 well-fancied runners, including the odds-on Pop Reganza, but it was the country-trained Select Prince who scored. He's going to spell now. Unfortunately, he won't be a Brisbane Winter Carnival visitor, and then prepare for the big 3-year-old races. Select Prince scoring nicely. Reganza on the outside. She certainly had her chance to score.
Followed by Tristan R. Second last is Jewel Treasures as they round the corner at a length to So Fast. On the corner now, and a Little Kiss shows the way narrowly from Regal Hand. Interstellar hanging, and then Pound the Beat. And on the outside is Reganza starting to put in her run, and so too is So Fast. Now at the 200, a Little Kiss, a handy leader. Interstellar second, followed by Reganza under the whip, and running on is Select Prince, and then So Fast. Dittman pulls the whip on a Little Kiss. Here comes Reganza with Select Prince. It's Select Prince in the centre, going to the lead from Reganza, then Interstellar and a Little Kiss, but Select Prince is holding Reganza, and Select Prince wins the Champagne. Select Prince from the odds-on Pop race.
Sandown was the venue for Melbourne racing yesterday. Unfortunately, we have a few problems with tapes. We can't show you all the treble legs, but we've got some action from Sandown to show you, and we're going to pick them up in race 6. Manatea, well handled by Gary Willits out in front. Well tried to start 9-2, defeats Taffeta and Mardisi. Oh, we've got a little bit further time. We're just organising those tapes. Gary Willits, he's been much maligned in recent months in Melbourne, but certainly he still rides his share of winners, and I'm sure he's going to be heading north now for the Winter Carnival. This is Manatea. No, we've got race 7 from Melbourne. We've gone backwards here. This is the AJC St Ledger Stakes. Went to Terrific. I think I jumped the gun there. I'll have to take the wrap over the knuckle there. This is Terrific, and a game effort too at the horse on the outside in the red cap, backing up after the Sydney Cup.
200 metres to travel, and Regency Fair by 2.5 lengths on Terrific, who's battling on well, followed by Outgun, but Regency Fair a length and a half on Terrific, trying his heart out. Regency Fair still in front. Terrific making a mighty lunge. Will it make it? It did! Yes, Terrific has won the St Ledger in the last bound.
Might be back to Caloundra next week, I think. Right, we're going to switch now to the Melbourne action, and we're going to pick them up in race 6. Gary Willits scoring here all the way on Manateo.
Sister Shirley off the track around the outside of Ebullience, and then Venardu. Further back in the field, Lady Violet when they come to the turn from Jumping Josephine and Serene Gold. In the straight, 400 to go. Manateo about a length in front of Alani Bay, My Red Rower. Hydro's Girl struggling on the outside. Taffeta Bow gets out and is coming home well. Then a gap to Lady Violet. Further back, Venardu. Manateo in front down to the 100-metre mark. She's a length in front of Taffeta Bow, the challenger on the outside. They're clear of Alani Bay, but Manateo still in front. Here's Mardisi late down the outside. I think Manateo's got a winning break, though. And Manateo's going to get the prize scored, 3/4 of a length. Second is Taffeta Bow. Third, I think, Mardisi.
Race 7 we're going to show you now from Sandown yesterday. Went to Disputed Pearl, prominent to the turn, and edged his way to the front about the 200-metre mark, and went on to score nicely from Eastern Classic, who ran on solidly.
On the outside of them coming up to the turn is Valley of Fortune, followed in behind them by Mr Glamour and Epicenter, and well back was Palace Robe. Homeward bound, Prismatic Star in front. Disputed Pearl moved up on the outside from My New Friend Laurenti. Further out in the track, Eastern Classic and Kingston Heritage are running home well, but it's Prismatic Star and Disputed Pearl with about 150 to go, and they've got away a couple of lengths in front of Kingston Heritage. Eastern Classic finishing quickly down the outside. Disputed Pearl got to the front. Kingston Heritage starting to pack it back with Eastern Classic on the outside. It's Disputed Pearl just in front near the line, and Disputed Pearl's won about 3/4 to either Eastern Classic or Kingston.
Punters finishing on a quite a good note at Sandown yesterday. The final event went to C. Brigand, starting a solidly back 7-2 chance. He came right down the outside. It was only the last few bounds he was able to get there from Imperial Salute, who also ran on strongly out deep.
And Cease Commanders last on the home turn. On the bend they race. Ancroft Ladded raced up now and took the front with Going Alone. Going Alone now got to the front from Valjean and Ancroft Ladd on the outside of them. They're followed by Govern down the outside. Fame the Spur getting out and coming home well. Then Begonia and down the outside C. Brigand at the 150. Fame the Spur moved up quickly. Here's Imperial Salute finishing fast with C. Brigand on the outside. Fame the Spur in front. Imperial Salute starting to cut it down and wider out.
He won well, and well handled by Brian York. He's about 5th or 6th at this stage. The baldy face horse in the blinkers moving up quickly, and he soon has them covered.
Starting to make up ground steadily, and then Lady Thornton over on the inside. Midnight Curfew the leader. The boy starting to get a little bit anxious. He's coming back to them. He's about 2 lengths in front of Sunrise Spring, and Singular coming with a great run on the outside. He cruised up to them, Singular. He ran to the lead, ran past Midnight Curfew and then Sunrise Spring, and Singular's really spearing away from them at the end. Lady Thornton making ground into second place, but Singular pricks his ears right on the post, and he wins it by 4 lengths.
Tidy effort by Singular, and more wins in store for him. We show you now the 4th event. The punters sorted out Eye of the Sky, the Sydney Visitor, and Don't Play as the 2 to follow here. They were just a little bit out. Don't Play, second favourite, got the prize, but Eye of the Sky was unlucky. As we show you here now, as they get down towards the 200-metre mark, he's a horse behind the grey Baghdad Boy, and Don't Play on the outside. Eye of the Sky trying to get a run. Now he has to wait until Don't Play pinched what turned out to be a winning break. Now Doug Messingham gets busy with the whip in the right hand, and Eye of the Sky, despite 57.5 kilos, is taking ground away from Don't Play in the last 100, but the post looms up just a shade too quickly for the favourite, but certainly a good effort by Eye of the Sky, and I think he's going to pay his way handsomely during the Winter Carnival. 5th event, the middle pin of the treble, went to Lord Penn, who showed that there's life in the old boy yet, and a nice ride by Len Hill, who's certainly in sparkling form. Now he's running second at this stage. Star of Luskin had bolted away with a big lead, but Lord Penn sticks to his guns well to wear down the leader.
From the leader, Star of Luskin, the little boy sneaking a look over the shoulder. Star of Luskin 3 lengths in front of Lord Penn, Bon Khan, Desalonde and Golden Land. 200 metres to go. Can they catch Star of Luskin? Lord Penn coming after him now. Star of Luskin a length in front of Lord Penn. Lord Penn cutting down the leader. Star of Luskin, Lord Penn. Lord Penn grabbed him, and Lord Penn's coming away from Star of Luskin. Lord Penn first, Star of Luskin.
Show the slow-mo of the final stages of the 6th event now, and you can see the winner, Young Carboneer, was certainly, would have been unlucky if he didn't get a run over on the inside. Now Spot the Rock, the favourite in front, Terrible Beauty on his outside, and trying to force a passage between them is Young Carboneer, who goes back to the fence. In the meantime, it's Our Beaujolais in the red, running on well, so easy to see, and out deeper on the track, Cross Purpose, a good run. But Steve Sharman gets the run he was sweating on along the fence, and young Carboneer does the rest. He goes to the post generously to edge out our Beaujolais. I wouldn't drop Spot the Rock despite his fading third there. It was his first run for a few weeks, and I'm sure he's going to bounce back better than ever in the Courier Mail Classic next Saturday. Race 7 was the third leg of the Eagle Farm Treble. I mentioned Len Hill was in sparkling form. This is a great ride here to score on Easy Now, who did a big job under 55.5. He's the grey horse with yellow and red colours, running about 7th at the moment.
He's out deep on the track, very particular, but he's looming up to them. They've got 250 metres to go. Steel Enforcer just in front of Kubaji, and very particular on the outside. Shining Wind's getting a split, and here comes Easy Now on the extreme outside, flying home. Shining Wind and Easy Now. Shining Wind the inside, Easy Now. He's out the middle of the track. This is going to be tight. They hit it. I think Easy Now, way out on the outside, has got up to win.
Good effort by the two place getters there, Shining Wind, and the third one, very particular, in particular, a good run. Switch now to Rose Hill. It was unfortunately a rain-affected track down there, and it appeared as though the horses racing prominently had a big advantage. That's how it turned out in the first leg of the treble. It's Relentless, well named, over on the inside, who gets the prize here.
Home straight. Delcari tackled again by Relentless. A length, the Gunfighter. Forget about her, Norma Bay. Not the same horse that won at Canterbury. Relentless on the inside draws to the lead now. Gunfighter's the danger. They've dropped Delcari. Gunfighter on the outside, and Relentless are going stride for stride. He won't give in, Relentless. He loves the rain-affected turf. He comes away from Gunfighter, and Relentless nearly a length Gunfighter. Third placing.
Just like Pat Welsh at night, Relentless getting the prize there. Race 5 went to Isa Star, who came with a well-timed run, hitting the lead about the 250 metre mark. The disappointment was Mighty Leap, heavily backed to start 5-2. He's in green cap, back near the tail end, and he really struggles in the going.
Up and out, Dawn Star goes to a clear lead from Impossible Mission. Big Top angling to get between them. Isa Star's into the open now, and then comes at the head of the others, Best of Bless from Mighty Leap, but Isa Star shot clear. At the 200, Isa Star more than a length on Big Top. Forget our Dawn Star. Mighty Leap can't do a thing. Isa Star in front, Big Top second, and then comes our Dawn Star, but Isa Star will win easily, and Isa Star on the line scores about 2.5 lengths to Big Top. Third place.
Some long-priced bets landed when Copper Tonic took out the 7th. 40's in to start 25-1, and he scored well. Larry Olsen had him poised right on the leader's hammer as they straighten. He's the horse in the light blue cap. He goes on with the job to defeat the Queenslander Stealthy Knight, who battled on pretty strongly.
Followed by Commercial Balance, and Gally Gaskins is next, and he's not making any headway. Copper Tonic in front now at the 200 metres. It's Copper Tonic under his 59 kgs, tackled by LA Streak, and then Stealthy Knight and Gold Mace. The leader is Copper Tonic. Olsen riding hard. On the outside, Gold Mace battling on, but Copper Tonic revelling in the ground, holding Gold Mace and Stealthy Knight, and the top weight a mile too good. As they reach the line, it's Copper Tonic. Gold Mace, I think.
Now to Caulfield, the 9-event program down there. First leg of the treble was race 5. Fame the Spur, a baldy-faced horse out a little bit deep on the track at the turn, bounds away from the 200-metre mark to score handsomely.
Together from Ben's Imperial Malahide, Ancroft Lad went to the fence, and then further back Triumphal Queen, Fame the Spur and Port of Biscay fighting it out with 100 to go. Fame the Spur's kick now. Oh, look at it go. It's starting to draw away Fame the Spur from Port of Biscay and Triumphal Queen and Ancroft Lad, but Fame the Spur wins easily. 3 lengths in the run home. Second, Port of Biscay. Couldn't separate them for third. Ancroft.
Darren Gauci in good form yesterday, a winning double. Here's the first on Bar Landy in the 6th event, and isn't this an easy victory? 8 lengths on the line, and I think he's a horse to follow. And he's moving up quickly, collars the leaders in a stride, and just absolutely races away.
100-metre mark, he shot 3 in front. He's home from High Bailiff, Hunter's Ace Clyde, and Friar's Delight, and he's now bound for the Western. Whatever beats him over there will win the Derby, because this fellow, Bar Landy, is sprinting right away, a much improved horse, and Bar Landy by 7 lengths.
The final leg of the treble was race 8, and Gladful and Royal Lullaby made their runs together. There was a stack of horses across the track as they straightened up. It's the 2 widest runners, Gladful and Royal Lullaby, who sort themselves out in the last 100, and Gladful just holding on from the grey Royal Lullaby.
To come home well with Gladful. Sway Bay under pressure and grabbing the lead. Blimey Charlie. Royal Lullaby out wide, picking it up with Gladful. Royal Lullaby on the outside, and Gladful stride for stride. Royal Lullaby, Gladful coming to the line together. Gladful, Royal Lullaby, and Gladful's one of the nose, Royal Lullaby. 2 lengths third is...
Well, that's our racing wrap this morning. We've got meetings this week.
Just taking the top off it, but, you know, given the rain we've had in the last month, I think it was never going to be a firm track. Luckily it was yesterday, not today.
Yeah, pouring in Sydney. We'll get to that later.
Well, Wally will get through the mud all right. We're going to pick up the action from Doomben yesterday, Courier Mail Day, in race 3. And it was an upset here, one for the bookies, with Kanaloa scoring from the favourite, heavily back favourite too, Our Today.
Miss Rossini's a length away second. Moving up but deep on the track is Great Happiness, but she's going up towards those leaders. Our Today is just inside of her. Steffi's Pride a bit wide, but moving up to be third as they straighten up. Kin Can Dancer behind them on the rails, and then Eyes of Fashion. Well in the straight, 300 metres to go. Fascinated just in front. Our Today bullocking her way into the clear. On the extreme outside, Kanaloa is coming home strongly, and Great Happiness is with them. They've got 100 metres to go. Kanaloa on the outside, Our Today and Great Happiness. They're locked together, these three fillies. Kanaloa on the outside, just in front of Our Today. They hit it. Kanaloa has just won it. Kanaloa has beaten Our Today.
In the end, a decisive victory to Kanaloa, despite the narrow margin, because she did come wide at the home turn. But we're going to show you a slow-mo of the early stages of the straight, and you can see Our Today in those black and gold colours has very little room between Great Happiness and one on her inside. Under 58 kilos, she has to bullock her way through. She's not a big filly. Her effort was top class, as was the effort of Great Happiness, who dawdled out of the barrier, was wide throughout and fights on strongly for third. But it's Kanaloa in the white colours on the outside. First run since December, so this was a tidy effort. And Our Today fighting strongly over on the inside, and the good run from Great Happiness, and also a solid performance from Satin Seeker, although fifth. She had to cover a lot of ground, come from a long way back, and certainly her wide barrier didn't help her chances. Race 5 was the Courier Mail Classic, and Spot the Rock. He's only been beaten once. Yesterday, different riding tactics, ridden back in the field. He's the grey horse in the red colours, running about 7th or 8th at this stage. He slices through in the centre and goes on to score well from Baluk.
Well, Golden Land Salis Opera as they flatten for the run in. 350 metres to go. Baluk coming after Yolinda. I'll Star the Bolter going for a run on the inside, and he got chopped out. And here comes Spot the Rock and Sybil Tace on the outside. And Aces and Kings is coming from nowhere. Spot the Rock sprinted to the lead. Aces and Kings coming after Spot the Rock, but the grey shot away. And Spot the Rock is killing them in the run to the post. He's driving him hard with a weapon. He's going to bolt in. It's Spot the Rock first. Baluk got second. Aces and...
The winning margin almost 3 lengths, but take nothing away from the ride of David Furner there. It was an inspired performance, and I think if he can get down to that lightweight, he's going to give Spot the Rock a chance in the Rothmans in 3 weeks' time. Race 7 was the Sunday Mail Flying. It went to the Victorian Warned in an impressive Queensland debut this winter. Now, he's about 6th at this stage in the dark colours, starting to make up territory. The leader and the favourite, Mirabin, looked as though he was going to score when they straightened. He kicked strongly, but watch Warned's flying finish.
The judge a half in front of Bon Khan, then Touch of Paradise, Cool Report, and Warned on the extreme outside. He's starting to get anxious on the favourite now. It's Mirabin a half length in front of Bon Khan and Touch of Paradise, then Cool Report and Warned on the extreme outside. Mirabin in front. Warned is flying home at the end. He's coming home over the top of Mirabin. Warned grabbed Mirabin and beat him. Warned first. Warned has beaten Mirabin, third. Touch of Paradise.
Well, that performance under 58 kilos stamps Warned as one of the big chances in the Foster Stradbroke in June. We'll show you now the final stages, and look at the ground he takes off Mirabin. From about the 100-metre mark, he really storms home. He only reached the lead in the last few strides, but he was drawing right away to score by a half length. Now, he's still about 3 lengths off Mirabin. Shane Scriven going hell for leather with the whip on the favourite on the inside, but here comes Warned with giant strides. Look at that low crouch style of Steve Sharman, and he seals the Victorian to the post. He actually drops his hands a couple of strides before the finishing line, so an impressive performance by Warned. Final event provided quite a thrilling finish, a bit of a bumping duel halfway down the straight. Carl Simons, the rider of runner-up Rondon, was suspended. Now, he's in black and red colours, 5 out from the inside, and you'll notice Rondon duck in under pressure with Simons, the whip in the left hand. Getting up on the inside is Let Me Dance. Now, Rondon goes in, firstly interferes with Move Closer, and to a lesser degree, Red Triumph. But Let Me Dance had sliced through on the inside to score. Chill Factor, the favourite, making up ground out wide. I wouldn't discard him, although he missed a place yesterday as a short price favourite. I don't really think he's a Doomben horse. I think when he gets back to Eagle Farm and the wide stretches there, he'll shine again. We're going to switch now to Warwick Farm, and the 4th event was the first leg of the treble down there. Unfortunately, we have no audio on this, and it's Spinnaker Bay going up to take over from the pacemaker Sancia. Classic Victory and Bronze Empress starting to make up ground, but Spinnaker Bay starting at 15-1, a bit of a shock to the stable, scores quite impressively in the end. An easy victory there over Classic Victory, who battled on pretty strongly, and Bronze Empress. Race 5 was the Henry Lawson handicap, and Mick Dittman earlier in the week indicated he was prepared prepared to ride at Doomben. He didn't get rushed with offers, so he switched back to Sydney and picked up a winning mount here on Natural Wood, who's the widest of these leaders as they straighten. Horse in the yellow colours, and Dittman pulls the whip on Natural Wood and really powers home.
2 lengths further back is Natural Wood. At the 200, Coefficient is the leader. Natural Wood on the outside, trying to pick him up. He's coming home pretty well, Natural Wood, but Coefficient still about a half in front. Natural Wood's getting him now. Coefficient's walking. Natural Wood finishes right over the top of Coefficient. A Natural Wood, a most improved race.
Third leg of the treble down there was the welter handicap, and Just Trish, under a big weight, scores impressively. She ran on very strongly and scores by almost 2 lengths from Rajamar, who gets through on the inside.
Rajamar, further back is Just Trish, Lentigo, Mount Curl, and 3 lengths to Jabba Hutt, nearing the corner. And Please Reply on the outside takes over clearly from Kamer Allen. In third place, Eastern Cove, followed by Corkage under pressure. Just Trish battling on. They straighten, and Please Reply a length and a half clear. Second placing is Just Trish, coming home resolutely on the outside, and Die on Just Trish, chasing Please Reply on Johnny Marshall. Just Trish pegs back Please Reply. Rajamar the inside, then Corkage, but it's all Just Trish. And Just Trish to the line from Rajamar and Please Reply.
Sandown was the venue for Melbourne racing yesterday. We pick up the action down there in race 4, the first leg of the treble. It went to Dial Tone, who runs on very strongly in an impressive trial for the Adelaide Cup, to defeat Kashmir King, who raced most erratically in the straight.
Kashmir King with the saddle moving forward, went to the front. Gouch in an awkward position. Or Sonic Zoom nearly went over the rail. It crashed in on top of Sonic Zoom, Kashmir King, but it's 3 in front. Avalon King out of the pack, and now Dial Tone getting out but hanging in. Then Ragatan, Kashmir King in front, but Dial Tone is swamping it. And Dial Tone reached the lead from Kashmir King, battling on his Avalon King, but Dial Tone racing away. Dial Tone by 2.5 on the run home. Second may go Kashmir King, and nose Ragatan.
Dial Tone very strong at the end of 2,400 metres on that performance. 3,200 metres in the Adelaide Cup, won't trouble at all. Race 5 was the Steves Lumley handicap, 1,400 metres, and the heavily backed Mardisi scores well here. Falls into 5-2, a body blow for bookies. Gets a run through in the centre in the blue cap about halfway down the straight.
On the straight, Lady Bowler went up to Manatea. Noble Virtue grabbed them. Further out as Hydro's Girl, and Mardisi running on well. Tapper to Bow trying to get a run behind them, and then further back in the field is English Charm. Mardisi in the middle now, moved up to grab the lead with 100 to go. Noble Virtue the inside, and down the outside English Charm late, but Mardisi got a winning break and is home. Mardisi's coming away to win by a length and a half in the run home. Second English Charm, Noble Virtue third.
Race 7, the Hartwig handicap over 1,200 metres, and Cameronic, who looked in trouble about the 200-metre mark, fought on very strongly. In the end, he scores decisively. He's on the one off the fence, the leader at this stage, and he really pulls out plenty in the straight.
In front, straightening up, 400 to go. On the outside, Northern Copy's gone up to him. Alani Bay back on the rail as they run to the 300-metre mark, and then further back, down the outside is Royal Malcolm. Cameronic and Northern Copy have beaten off Alani Bay. On the outside, Royal Malcolm running on fairly well. Cameronic's kicked about a neck in front of Northern Copy and Alani Bay. Cameronic in front. Class is going to prevail, and Cameronic will come away and win by 3/4 of a length. Second home, Northern Copy, and nose Alani Bay third.
Game effort there by Cameronic. That's our racing wrap this morning. We've got meetings this week at Eagle Farm, the big Anzac Day program on Tuesday, Bundamba on Wednesday, and it's the Tourist Ministers' Cup next Saturday.
With the Giants of Phoenix in the NFC Eastern Division, the New Orleans Saints likewise to say with San Francisco and the Rams in the NFC Western Division. Second down, 7. Cowboys at midfield. Plure again, and again he goes out to Kelvin Martin and lost. Perhaps in the fine showing of Plure tonight is an excellent showing by this young man from Boston College in his second year, Kelvin Martin. Only 5'9", 160-pounder. Had a great training camp this year. Tom Landry was so high on him in training camp, and then he was injured and out of the lineup for a while, but he has come back and made some key catches tonight. 5 receptions, 54 yards, and a couple of touchdowns.
I'll tell you who else is playing well, and that's the Cowboy offensive line. The Saints had 10 sacks in their last 2 games. So far tonight, they only have 1 sack for 1 yard and losses. Walker gets a couple. It was Jakes coming up from the cornerback's position. Of course, Walker out of bounds. Well, the Saints defensively, I believe, have figured out Herschel Walker in the I formation on first down. Herschel is less than effective now. Remember, it was a long time ago that he had 116 yards. His last 4 or 5 carries have not gotten a whole lot. Ricky Jackson trying to get this Superdome crowd on its feet. Give us a hand.
Second down, long yardage. Blur. And it's Martin who's open once again. And again, Kelvin Martin with his 6th reception of the evening.
Look at the cushion Reggie Sutton giving Kelvin Martin when Martin makes just really a simple turn to the inside. Reggie Sutton is 5 yards back and really quite lucky to get up and get an ankle on Martin, or that play is even going to be bigger than it was. Ticking towards the 4-minute mark left in this ball game. The Cowboys, another solid drive.
Inside the 25-yard line, 1st and 10. Walker inside the 20, hammering his way.
I think Tom Landry figured out that the I formation isn't being as effective. That time the Cowboys get out of it, go to a more conventional 2-back set.
Dallas at this point, they have it all working both on the ground and in the air, and then you love to call plays when that's going on. Your defense starts to think we've got to come with the pass rush because of the passing game, and that's when you can run the football, and particularly when you have a Herschel Walker. He is tough at any time and in any place, but really tough when he gets inside the 20. Good defensive play on Walker. It was Frank Warren on the stop.
This is where Steve Pellure will really show us how far he's come. We're going to have a 3rd down situation in scoring territory in the closing minutes of a football game. This is where Steve Pellure earlier this season has made some tragic mistakes if you're a Cowboy fan. Tonight, it's tough to find fault with any of his movements, his decisions. This is a place, if you don't have anything,